You're on here for at least 15, 16 years.
Started here.
Nicole, are we on?
I know.
She gave me the thumbs up.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. It's 8:31, so we're going to go ahead and get started. Sorry, I was just asking Sarah if I had a gavel that I could, like a shillelagh or something.
I said
so
she
I'll
could
just-
use my cell phone.
it's okay. I'll bring one from home next time. Good morning, everyone. I want to welcome everyone to the October OWEB board meeting. Thank you all for being here. And I'm Kelly Coates. I'm the tribal representative on the OWEB board and the new co-chair. So today is my first meeting where I'm co-chairing, so bear with me. I'm going to need a little hand-holding from the staff today. So thanks, everyone. So I just want to remind everybody that the meeting is being streamed live on OWEB's YouTube channel and being recorded. And today we're going to do things just a little bit differently, and I'm going to have the board members introduce themselves now because we have an action item before we do board comments today. So we'll just go, I think, around the table, and then we'll go, actually, no, I don't want to do that because my co-chair is virtual, and I'd like her to introduce herself now, if possible.
All right. Good morning. Thank you, Kelly. I'll be sitting next to you tomorrow morning. So I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. And FYI, I have the gavel. I'll bring it.
There is a gavel.
So good morning, everybody. I am Barbara Boyer, co-chair of the OWEB board, representing the State Board of Agriculture.
Thank you, Barbara. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow. And then, do we just have two online right now? Can I see everybody? Okay. Let's go ahead. Is that Mark?
Yep, that's Mark.
Okay.
Yeah, so Mark Webb, representing Environmental Quality Commission.
Thanks, Mark. And Liza Jane.
Good morning, everybody. Liza Jane McAllister, representing the public at large.
Thank you. Okay, and then do you want to just go around the table and Liz?
Sure. Good morning, Liz Akpawa, representing the Oregon Board of Forestry.
Good morning, Russ Hoflick, member at large.
Good morning, Aaron Curtis, representing the Bureau of Land Management.
Good morning, Claire Takella, representing the Natural Resources Conservation Service.
Welcome, Claire. It's her first meeting.
Good morning, Eric Murray, representing NOAA's National Marine Fisheries Service.
And Dan Brown, representing EPA as an ex officio non-voting member of the board.
Sarah O'Brien, OWEB's executive director, and I've been here 4 months now, so maybe I don't get to call myself new anymore.
You haven't quit.
I haven't quit yet. Neither of you.
Good morning, everybody. Mark Labhart. I'm a voting member, and I represent the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Chris Allen. I'm a non-voting member representing the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service.
I'm Bruce Buckmaster from Astoria, Oregon. I'm at large member.
On general principle.
Good morning, Lindsay McClary, public at large voting member.
Good morning, Brian Staub, non-voting member representing the United States Forest Service.
Good morning, Jamie McLeod Skinner, representing the public at large from Central Oregon and a voting member of the board.
Good morning, Jesse Kirshner, representing OSU Extension and Oregon Sea Grant.
Welcome. It's Jesse's first
Yay,
meeting too as a board
Jesse.
member. I just wanted to share, folks will note, hopefully you noticed via email, board members, but Meg Reeves is no longer on the the other one, Water Resources Commission. And so she sent a note around to members expressing her appreciation for her time here. We are working with Director Gall to find a suitable replacement, but they've got a lot of new members and a lot of strange timelines. So we're kind of making sure that we're able to find somebody that's on the commission for a while that's able to join us here. So we plan to have a WRC member by the next meeting.
Thanks, everyone. I'm going to remind folks watching on YouTube that the meeting materials are in the board and committees section of the OWEB website. You can click on the relevant board meeting date and have access to all of the meeting materials. And I'm going to have Sarah just do a quick high-level review of the meeting agenda.
Thanks, Kelly, and thanks for co-chairing. Sorry to throw you into the mix on your very first day. Welcome, friends, those here in person. Restrooms are out in the hallway, coffee and water in the back. Make yourselves at home. Kind of broad overview of the agenda here. This morning, we're going to work our way through minutes, board member comments. For my director's report, Jeff Huntington from the Governor's Natural Resource Office is planning to join us and share some comments, particularly related to the governor's expectation memo, that letter that I got that I've shared with board members. So he'll be coming in virtually about 10:40, and we may just kind of move agenda items around as needed to make that work. I do have other director's report items, but we can figure out when to sneak those into the agenda as needed. We're hoping to ask you to vote on a strategic plan with some revisions today. A couple of focused efforts after lunch on the tribal project development grants, which we've heard about in previous meetings, and the intensively monitored watershed. Our friends from Warm Springs and ODFW have come in person to be able to share the results of a really impressive 15-year monitoring effort there. So we're looking forward to that. Late afternoon, OAHP, Oregon Ag Heritage Program focus with a number of updates and actions there. And then we're going to adjourn 2:50 on the dot, or we'll get in trouble with Nicole because our field trip is tidally influenced. And so we don't want to get our timing out, or we're going to have to bring our hip waders, right? And so that'll be kind of a firm one on the agenda. Tomorrow, the bulk of morning conversation is around the open solicitations award cycle, and we'll be hearing from that team in some significant detail. Committee updates, small grant rules, and then a couple of other rulemaking updates and requests for initiation on some small rulemaking. We'll talk about that in more detail when we get there. The last 90 minutes, board members, please don't try to sneak out early, because we're going to have some brainstorming around board committee structure, and I have some background to share then, and would really appreciate some robust discussion in hopes we can bring back a staff proposal at our next meeting. I forgot to mention, folks will have seen in the agenda, board members, dinner tonight with a speaker after the field trip, Mark Obey from Lomacotsi Restoration, who I had a chance to see speak at the Klamath, no, that was a different one, at Partnerscapes workshop out in Central Oregon recently. Really engaging and fantastic speaker, and we really appreciate him making the time to be here this evening. So that's something to look forward to. Not that the whole meeting isn't something to look forward to. You better take over, Kelly.
Thanks, Sarah. Okay, we'll go ahead and get started here. Our first agenda item A, is approval of the July 2024 meeting minutes. So,
Madam Chair, I move that we approve our minutes from our last meeting.
Okay. We have a, yes?
And I'll second.
Okay, Jamie first, Liz second. All those in favor?
Can you make a call for discussion?
Sorry.
You can put that in your notes, sorry.
Thank
Just ask
you.
if there's any further discussion.
Is there any further discussion?
Generally not on minutes.
Generally not on minutes. Yeah, I was hoping no. Just give me an easy one to start with, guys. Okay, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Do I ask for abstentions as well?
Once you ask for abstentions, just
Any abstentions?
occasionally we do if folks weren't here.
Okay, motion passes. Thank you, everyone. Phew, okay.
That's the scary part. Now we can move on.
Now we can move on.
Okay.
Okay. Next agenda item B, board member comments. So I think I'm going to switch it up this time, and I'll start with Jesse.
No pressure.
No pressure, Jesse.
Okay, well, first, I'm excited to be here in this new role, sitting on the other side of the room. And it's good to see a lot of familiar faces. And I'm excited to continue engaging with OWEB and all of the great work that gets done here. So I thought that I would just take the time today to provide some background information about OSU Extension and Oregon Sea Grant, because I think many folks don't recognize or realize how much is embedded within OSU Extension and all that it touches. And then I'll provide a couple of different updates too. So just a couple of updates to be aware of with OSU Extension. They are also in the middle of a strategic planning process. So you may have been asked to fill out surveys or participate in focus groups that happened over the summer. They're following the same process that OWEB did. So they're in the get clear and get focused stages. But similar to OWEB, their strategic planning process is happening with an interim vice provost. And so it can only go so far until the new vice provost gets hired. And so that search process has been initiated, but it's going to be a while before somebody permanent comes in. OSU Extension programming and activities center around 8 major focus areas, many of which you're probably familiar with, but I think there's a couple in there that you probably had no idea that are affiliated with Extension. So some that you may know: 4-H youth development, ag and natural resources, forestry and natural resources, but we also have family and community health, outdoor school. We have OSU Open Campus, Juntos, and a Native American and tribal program that's all focused on college and career access, community development and engagement, and degree completion support. We also have OSU Kids Spirit, which is, if you're living in Corvallis, they provide like physical activity programming for the community. So swim lessons and gymnastics and all kinds of things. And then, of course, Oregon Sea Grant, which I am a part of. So Oregon Sea Grant is a cooperative program between NOAA and OSU. We are one of 34 Sea Grant programs across the U.S. states and territories. And we have 3 primary programmatic areas. So we have a research and scholars program where we support competitive peer-reviewed coastal and ocean research projects through different grant opportunities. And we also offer undergraduate and graduate fellowships, internships, and scholarships. And one grant opportunity I wanted to highlight, because we just piloted it this last year, is our Coastal Arts Support Pilot Program. So this was intended to support artists who can link their art project to our strategic plan. And so we had, it was, I would say, a very successful grant offering, and we have a number of different very unique art projects that were created as a result of that, and you can check out our website. So everything from like music and experiential based to different like 3D structures and things like that. So really diverse projects that came in. And then we also have an education program. So we provide hands-on marine science education through the Hatfield Visitor Center in Newport. We have the Oregon Coast STEM Hub, and then we do youth and family programs and student, teacher, and public events. And then we have an extension and engagement program, which is the program that I manage. So it's very similar to ag or forestry extension, where we work with coastal communities on their important social, economic, and environmental issues. So we have extension faculty that are based in Corvallis, but we also have people in county extension offices up and down the coast, working on a whole host of different things, including aquaculture and mariculture, commercial fisheries. We do community economic development and tourism. We do, invasive species, coastal hazards, marine renewable energy, and then we also have a coastal watersheds and water resources person located down in Gold Beach. So I think there's some good overlap with OWEB. And then one update I want to provide is that we do host the annual State of the Coast Conference, which is coming up in Seaside in November 22nd and 23rd. And it's a conference that anybody can come to, and they tend to be very community driven. There's going to be like a hands-on art workshop, and there'll be different sessions on community and economic development and sea otter reintroduction, offshore wind. So pretty diverse program. And I think they're pretty fun. So that's it.
Thanks, Jessie.
Yeah.
Jamie?
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. So first of all, for those looking in, we're coming to you from Coos Bay, North Bend, the land of Prefontaine. Had to give Pre a shout out just since we're here. But it's also great to have these meetings around the state, given it's so dramatic. At my drive over yesterday, the different ecology and that really great reminder that we know our own areas and regions so well, but that great reminder when we see other projects coming up, it's such all these different important parts of our state. I want to extend a very warm welcome to new members, Claire and Jessie Jesse. It's so great to see you. We worked together. Jesse did so much amazing work, many of you know, on the Water and Climate Committee. Also, our new co-chair. We've got you. You got it today. Don't worry about it. We're really excited in that role and look forward to Barbara being here tomorrow. And then also just to say how much Miss Meg, she was just such a truly great part of this board and a great quiet leader on the board. In terms of issues around the state, of course, this past summer in Central and Eastern Oregon, the traumatic wildfires, I'm delighted that we're going to be talking about that during the course of our meeting today and how we can step in and help our neighbors and our fellow Oregonians around the state, but also that great reminder that even with the best intention of our projects, there's dynamics and things that change, and so how we think about that in our long-term planning as well and how we respond to that. The other exciting news I'm really looking forward to talking more about is the Klamath River and the salmon returning after 100 years. I'm so proud that OWEB was a part of that, a very small part of that very historic action. And then in terms of change and preparing for change, this is not specifically OWEB, but it would dramatically impact us, is a note to folks that next week is the iron ore drill, which is essentially a statewide practice emergency response drill for dramatic events such as Cascadia, which we're very much aware of being here on the coast now. And so that's something for folks to be looking out for as well. Obviously, first and foremost is life, and but there's also going to be dramatic impacts potentially to our work as well, when those events happen. So looking forward to the discussion today. Thanks.
Thank you, Jamie. Brian?
Thanks. Brian Staub, U.S. Forest Service. So we are just winding down a year of really substantial investments in from the bipartisan infrastructure bill and the Inflation Reduction Act on the wildfire crisis strategy, as well as a lot of other watershed restoration work. So I'm really proud of that work that we've accomplished. As Jamie mentioned, it was a record-setting fire season, as everyone knows. That means a record-setting amount of activity in the burned area emergency response arena, and that continues. We did receive the Forest Service received substantial supplemental appropriations after the historic Labor Day fires in 2020. To date, I've not heard any expectation of similar funding for these fires, but as everybody knows, the appropriations landscape is pretty dynamic, so stay tuned on that front. So speaking of dynamism, another dynamic that we are facing, I think folks have probably seen in the news that the Forest Service does have some financial challenges that we're working through right now, and that is affecting hiring, including really important seasonal hires and such, and it could very well constrain availability for project level funding, but that's pretty uncertain right now and is probably subject to ultimately what the final annual appropriations are, which have not yet been, the federal government's on a continuing resolution. So that will probably not get resolved until we get a final budget. And then the last item is, as I mentioned at the last meeting, the Northwest Forest Plan. There are some amendments being considered for that. I believe the latest expectations are that a draft environmental impact statement will be coming forth in coming weeks. So stay tuned. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Lindsay?
Good morning. For the record, Lindsay McClary, Public at-Large Voting Member. I live in West Salem and I work for the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde Natural Resources Department. Since our last meeting, I attended both the Grants Committee and the Climate and Water Committee meetings held in September. In August, I got to attend the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service celebration for the Willamette Valley Conservation Area, which is the brand new refuge, and it established the 572nd National Wildlife Refuge across the U.S. It was held at Findlay and Corvallis, and I thought it was really well attended. There were a ton of partners and just a lot of celebration there. Also wanted to just quickly note that the Tualatin Refuge staff are meeting with Grand Ronde Cultural Resources staff next month for a staff-to-staff meeting, and then a community event in the evening. So I think that just builds really good partnership and connection to tribal communities. I also listened to a presentation by Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife on Oregon's hatcheries. They've hired an outside entity to conduct a review and analysis of the maintenance needs for the hatcheries across the system. They looked at existing production, how that production contributes to the salmon populations across the state, and each facility's risk from wildfire impacts. It was presented by Sean Clements, and it was really well done. I don't have a strong background in the technical details on hatcheries, but there were like really great visual graphs. It was very understandable and digestible. So great job to ODF&W for putting that together. The results provided 4 options on how to prioritize facilities, whether they're going to be maintained or potentially closed. And I'm not exactly sure where things are at with the next steps, but I think the state is working on that. Grand Ronde hosted the annual Intertribal Nursery Council Conference in September. That's a partnership with the U.S. Forest Service out of Moscow, Idaho. And also the Western Forestry Conservation Association is a partner on that. It's a 3-day event where native plant growers across the U.S. gather to network, learn, and connect. We had about 80 participants. And we got to tour our native plant nursery, which was established again through an OWEB restoration grant, several of them, titled Plants for People in partnership with the Institute of Applied Ecology. Last week, I participated in a great technical review team meeting in Medford, Eagle Point for the Klamath-Siskiyou Oak Network's FIP, titled Upper Rogue Oak Initiative. Lomakatsi is a part of that, so we'll get to see Marco speak tonight. And I think what they're doing, staff have kind of shifted, and I don't know where this idea came from, but it's a pre-application meeting versus a post-application meeting to provide feedback. And I as a reviewer, and I think as the team participants, it's very well received to kind of give feedback before an application goes in versus after. It does mean we have 2 meetings instead of 1, but I think it's worth that investment. Last couple updates, we have received Environmental Protection Agency funding at Grand Ronde for a toxics reduction project. That's a 5-year program, and we're looking at how to reduce toxics in the waterways in and around the Grand Ronde community. And then my last update is that I've been invited to go back to Washington, D.C. again this year with my colleague Kelly Coates and Courtney Schaff to talk about Pacific Coast salmon recovery funding in November. So I'm really looking forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. Bruce.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Bruce Buckmaster. I'm a public at large member from Astoria, Oregon. With the retirement of Steve from the board, I am now the senior member of the board.
By tenure.
By tenure. And I think everything else. So I would like to welcome Claire, and they say that home is the place that when you go there, they have to let you in. Thank you, Jesse, for coming home. I get a daily clipping service email from Nature magazine, and one of the, it was either that or one of the clipping services, I saw a headline that said, "Stage 0 has arrived in Britain, here's what that means." Now, I've been on 2 Stage 0 tours since I've been on this board, and I think with if I'm correct, the general sense of other board members and me is that they are wonderful and exciting. So when I saw that, I started reading. And the first line says, "It may sound like something from a dystopian movie, but Stage 0 has just created a paradise." First paragraph says, "Something remarkable is happening in a quiet corner of Somerset in southwest England. The creation of an Eden. And it's all thanks to Stage 0, or Stage 0, an innovative river restoration technique originally developed in Oregon USA, and goes on. The link to this story, which is about BBC wildlife, done from the BBC Wildlife magazine, is available to anybody that would like to read it. So I've sent it to Nicole. 2 days after our last meeting, I had back surgery, so it's been kind of a slow quarter for me. But on the 6th of September, I went to a fundraiser for the North Coast Watershed Council. It's their third annual Sip and Stroll. It was out in the woods, sponsored by Hampton Lumber. I would say it was about 70% loggers, 30% watershed workers and volunteers. It was with lots of beer, and it was and fundraiser. It was a wonderful event. They've had it for 3 years in a row. I think it's one of their major fundraising efforts, and it was just a pleasure to see the cooperative nature. Maybe that was the beer, but the cooperative nature between the timber industry and in my home woods. On the 25th, I was able to go to the Lewis and Clark National Park, along at the invitation of the Lower Columbia Estuary Partnership, CREST, and the Park Service. They have a project, a restoration on 40 acres, estuarian remediation. They've done extensive planning. They've put in new tide channels. I think it's 1 mile of new tidal channels and 40 acres of wetland restoration. This has been going on. It's been phenomenal. I could actually see it from my deck. So it's great that it's happening on the upper left edge of Oregon. So also this quarter, we've had two climate and water committee meeting, DEI and environmental justice committee meeting, which I was able to attend, that were both, I think, well organized, and we had a lot of information that'll be presented during our committee meetings. That's it for me.
Thanks, Bruce. Chris?
All right, thanks, Kelly. First off, welcome Claire and Jesse to the board. Today, I wanted to just make a quick note on personnel, especially for those that work with our refuge program quite a bit. Juliet Fernandez was recently named as our new refuge program manager in Region 1 for the Fish and Wildlife Service. So that's Oregon, Washington, Idaho, Pacific Islands. I've worked with Juliet quite a bit on Columbian white-tailed deer recovery in recent years. She's fantastic. I think she'll be great for the region as a regional manager for the refuge system. I wanted to mention, as I usually do, a note on bull trout, one of my favorite aquatic species in the Northwest. Our office recently completed a 5-year review for bull trout, which included a species status review. The conclusions of that is bull trout still warrants its threatened status. This was by far the most comprehensive review of bull trout since the recovery plan was finalized in 2015. So if you're interested in looking at that document, it should be readily available online. And since I'm talking about species status reviews, I should also mention this summer that our agency completed a status review for marbled murrelet. And similar to our findings in the bull trout 5-year review, we recommended maintaining threatened status for that Pacific seabird. Wanted to also mention on the fish passage front, we've often followed NMFS in terms of their criteria that's developed for salmon and steelhead in the Northwest. The service has been lacking in passage guidance for other native fishes, including bull trout. But we recently released, just a month ago, a document titled Passage Guidelines for Select Native Fishes of the Pacific Northwest. This innovative guidance raises awareness of fish passage needs beyond salmon and steelhead, specifically addressing passage needs for bull trout, Pacific lamprey, white sturgeon, and small-bodied fishes of the Pacific Northwest. This document summarizes state of the science, provides guidelines for implementation of nature-based and technical fish passage solutions, and includes links to useful resources which can be consulted on for more in-depth and detailed information. As someone that has worked with fish passage quite a lot in my career with the Fish and Wildlife Service, this is fantastic to finally see. It's an idea that's been discussed for at least a decade, if not two, since I've been there. So it's wonderful that we finally have a guide for fish passage beyond just salmon and steelhead in the Northwest. We've already noted wildfire. It was a huge issue in Oregon this year, and I anticipate we'll be talking more about it at our meeting here. Our refuges, of course, are not immune to wildfire, and I couldn't not mention the fire at Heart Mountain National Wildlife Refuge this summer that burned over a quarter of that refuge. So very significant fire recovery will be needed there as well. Wanted to note emerald ash borer. We've talked a little bit about that over the last couple years. Unfortunately, that invasive beetle was in the news again this summer, most recently in August, when the occurrence of that beetle was found in Marion, Yamhill, and Clackamas counties. This is in addition to the initial Washington County occurrence that was documented near Forest Grove several years ago. The experts with this critter say it is likely that the emerald ash borer will kill all Oregon's native ash, which for those of us working in aquatic conservation in Western Oregon is a huge deal, given the riparian floodplain function and the shading benefits provided by Oregon ash. Very sobering for all of us. Lastly, on the ESA listing front, I always try to touch on that a little bit in my update. We anticipate making a final listing decision for northwestern and southwestern pond turtle this fiscal year, so FY25, and then listings as to whether or not, or I should say decisions, whether or not to propose listing for western ridge mussel. This would be the first proposed listing for a freshwater mussel in the Northwest, and then also potential proposals to list several species of torrent salamanders in Oregon and Washington, the Cascade and Columbia torrent salamanders. And I'll stop there and pass it to Mark.
Thank you, Chris. Mark.
Thanks, thanks, Kelly. Mark Labhart, and I represent the Fish and Wildlife Commission, and I live in Sisters. So it's a snowy ride over in the mountains, which I'm happy to see. I'd like to welcome Cassie and or Jesse, excuse me, Cassie, Jesse and Claire. You have some big shoes to fill. You will shortly be asked by members to get on one of the subcommittees. So just want to give you a heads up there. And also the Grants Committee is by far the best subcommittee, so you might want to consider that. So my report, I'd like to thank Sarah Rye from our Department of Fish and Wildlife for providing me some talking points this morning, and I've added a couple more. So I'll just summarize those now. In December, the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission will be inviting land managers and partners to join a roundtable discussion on the topic of fish and wildlife resiliency on natural and working lands. This will be a culmination of a year-long series of climate and ocean change policy reports provided to the ODF&W Commission, focused on the role that natural and working lands play in advancing fish and wildlife resiliency. The public is invited to listen into the roundtable discussion, and it's tentatively scheduled for Thursday, December 13th, and you can go on the ODF&W website when it's finalized if you'd like to zoom in on that. Two of ODF&W's grant programs are currently open for applications for those of you watching on YouTube. The Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund is currently accepting application in its latest solicitation. Applications are due by October 29th, which is short. So if you're interested, get on the website, the OCRF website. The Private Forest Accord Grant Program also has its second grant solicitation open now. Applications are due by November 13th. ODF&W and Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation just added another 1,073 acres to the Minam River Wildlife Area in Northeast Oregon, expanding that now, and Liza Jane knows this very well, expanding that to 16,646 acres. And it's a huge area that is critical deer winter habitat, and it makes the entire Minam River in public access and public ownership right now. So it's a pretty big deal. It's a collaborative effort. Was finalized last month. It builds on significant land acquisitions that the department participated in 21 and 23. There was partners that we want to recognize that we couldn't have done this land acquisition without these partners. USDA Forest Legacy Program, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Manulife, which was the property owner, and some others with individual donations. Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation was a significant partner in this process. It's one of the most significant recent conservation successes for ODF&W, and as I said, an ecologically important river with high quality and habitat for the Snake River, spring chinook, steelhead, bull trout, and acquisition and secures connectivity for elk, mule deer, and wildlife. And ODF&W is in the process of revising our Oregon conservation strategy. And it's our state wildlife action plan. The Oregon Conservation Strategy is the blueprint for conservation throughout the state and serves as our state wildlife action plan, which is mandatory to be eligible for state and tribal wildlife grants. In the summer of 2024, ODF&W conducted an internal staff review of the current conservation strategy content and are currently drafting revisions to it as we speak. This fall and winter, the plan will undergo further technical review with the goal of having the draft plan available for the public input beginning in spring of 2025. The revised strategy is due to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service no later than October 1st of next year. The 2025 version will include changes to the strategy species list, key conservation issues, and recommended conservation actions. ODF&W hosted a series, and this has already been talked about a little bit, a series of informal webinars and public meetings to chart the future for our state fish hatcheries. This one's a big deal. Our state fish hatcheries are old and needing significant improvements. And we've prioritized, at least temporarily, in a draft of the priorities of our fish hatcheries given certain criteria. And so we need to have some significant discussions among the public, our partners, and the commission on the future of our state fish hatcheries. The goal is to create a sustainable hatchery system that can address the current challenges of aging infrastructure, changing climate, and significant rising operating costs. So we hope that people will be interested in participating in that. And as also been talked about, we are part of an active interagency fire recovery planning efforts in response to the 2024 fires, which for those who haven't been following it, we are approaching, I think, 1.9 million acres, and hopefully we're done for the season now, but 1.9 million acres, which is an all-time record for the state of Oregon. Staff are working closely with land managers to provide technical assistance and connect them with resources as much as possible, working closely with our partners at ODF, ODA, NRCS, Soil and Water Conservation District, and of course many other partners. ODF&W is working on a recovery of more than 30,000 acres of ODF property that burned during the 2024 fires. Hunters can access ODF&W's website for information on closures. If you have a tag and your area is burned over, please contact ODF&W if you have an issue about being able to hunt out there. And with that, I want to close with, as with most state agencies, our budget is now in the hands of the governor's office. We operate significantly on fees, and most of those fees come from fishing and hunting licenses. We have not had a fee increase in a number of years. And so fees are established by the legislature, not by the commission, but we will be asking the legislature for a fee increase to provide the services that the commission, our department, and I think our partners would like to see with ODF and W. So that will be controversial, and so we'll stay tuned, but hopefully we'll have strong support from our partners to implement a fee increase in the next biennium. End of report, I think, unless there's any questions.
Thanks, Mark. Okay, Dan?
He thought you were going to go.
I thought you were going to.
Nope, I go last.
Welcome, new members. And Dan, as a reminder, Dan Brown from EPA. Yeah, just a couple things I thought would be of particular interest to OWEB is one in OWEB partners is our drinking water provider partnership request for proposals is posted. As many folks know, that's a co-funded program with EPA, Forest Service, although maybe not Forest Service so much this year, and BLM in states of both Oregon and Washington, and it's focused on restoration work that improves both fish habitat and drinking water quality. And so that is up with a due date for proposals of January 6th, and proposals can request up to 150,000. And we're expecting the total for that to be in the ballpark of $1 to $1.5 million. And then on a much broader scale, at the end of the July, EPA was part of U.S. government conversation with Washington, Oregon, the Nez Perce tribe, the Confederated Tribes of the Bands of the Yakima Nation, the Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs Reservation of Oregon, and the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation. And we reached an agreement identifying and seeking funding to implement projects to enhance and protect cold water refugia in the Columbia River. This is a pretty big deal. It kind of builds off of EPA's Columbia Basin Restoration Program, which is mostly focused on toxics reduction. And this happened under the December 2023 Memorandum of Understanding between the U.S. government and the 6 sovereigns, where we agreed to enhance, work on enhancing and protecting cold water refugia. So that all of that work kind of built upon EPA's 2021 cold water refugia plan for the Columbia River. And for those who don't know, cold water refugia are locations that migrating adult salmon and steelhead can use to temporarily escape the warm temperatures of the main stem Columbia as they migrate upriver. That work is a very small piece of the broader MOU, which is mainly focused on looking at the services provided by the lower Snake River dams and finding ways to replace those services for eventual removal of those dams, possibly. And I think I'll just leave it at that.
Thanks, Dan. Eric?
Eric Murray, NOAA Fisheries, for the record. Last week, NOAA Fisheries West Coast Region released the West Coast Offshore Wind Energy Strategic Plan, and this is outlining resource needs for wind energy generation off the West Coast. And this calls for a variety of new studies on habitat impacts of new wind energy generation, impacts to species caused by electromagnetic fields and noise, and socioeconomic impacts to fisheries and fishing communities. It's also going to look at ecosystem and climate interactions, including how multiple new wind farms could affect the California current ecosystem. NOAA is also happy to announce that the Inflation Reduction Act provided $240 million in funding to modernize tribal hatcheries. And saw a story recently on this, statement from our regional administrator, Jennifer Kwan, about how this effort is really, it was really producing unprecedented cooperation between NOAA and West Coast tribes. Tribal hatcheries are often critical to meeting conservation goals, treaty obligations, and cultural benefits. And those tribal hatcheries also produce millions of salmon and steelhead that are important to commercial fisheries and recreational fisheries all over the West Coast. Just an administrative note here, with fish returning to the Klamath Basin, we are going to be placing some staff in Medford. However, those staff will continue to work for the California Coastal Office because even though part of the Upper Klamath Basin is in Oregon, the entire Klamath Basin is run out of our California Coastal Office, whose main location is in Arcata. And we will be coordinating with those folks as necessary on statewide programs. Sort of the last thing I'll mention here, similar to Fish and Wildlife Service, we have multiple pending listings. Probably most important to this group would be the Oregon Coast Chinook salmon. I haven't mentioned that one in a while, but that listing decision is still pending. We're really working closely with partners on that decision, as well as the Southern Oregon, Northern California Chinook salmon. Listing decision still pending there as well as the Olympic Coast steelhead. I don't have an exact timeline on when those decisions will be made, but we expect those to be coming sometime in the near future. I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. Claire, welcome.
Thank you. I'm Claire Takella with NRCS. I'm really excited to be here with y'all and for this opportunity. So 2024 was a really unprecedented year for us at NRCS. Oregon, we did receive our permanent state conservationist, Greg Becker, who is with us today. So helped us wrap out FY24 and is leading us into FY25. This was FY24 was the second year of IRA funding, and it was really the first big year that we saw like that big influx of IRA funding. We ended up obligating $92.7 million in producer contracts across the state of Oregon this last fiscal year. This was a really extraordinary effort by all of our staff, particularly our staff at the field office level and all of our partners who help us implement Farm Bill programs. So that, looking kind of by program, ended up being through the Environmental Quality Incentives Program, $51.9 million that went into 722 producer contracts covering 456,000 acres across the state. Through our Conservation Stewardship Program, we obligated $29.4 million in 251 producer contracts covering 530,000 acres across the state. Through our Agricultural Conservation Easement Program, we obligated $5.2 million. And through our Regional Conservation Partnership Program, we obligated an additional $6.2 million. Included in that was $2 million for wildfire disaster recovery that we got obligated within the last 2 weeks of our fiscal year. So extremely, really proud of that. And then just on our agreement side, we have 91 active partner agreements worth $205 million, with our contribution being $164 million and partner contribution of $41 million. And looking ahead to FY25, we've received our initial allocation. It is looking about $96.6 million right now. We usually end up with more money as the fiscal year goes on, but $48.6 million for EQIP, $27 million of which is IRA specific. For CSP, we're looking at $37.2 million, which is significantly more CSP funds than we have ever
obligated in the state of Oregon in a single fiscal year. And then for ASIP, or our Agricultural Conservation Easement Program, we are looking at $10.8 million. In addition to that $96.6 million total, we have 19 active regional conservation partnership program agreements that will obligate many more millions of dollars across the state this fiscal year. And with that, hand it off.
Thanks, Claire. Does NRCS give out loans? Is that? No, okay, just checking. Right. Aaron?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Aaron Curtis with the Bureau of Land Management. I work out of Portland. So from the BLM, a few key updates for you. So we have started to receive funding, what we call emergency stabilization and rehabilitation funding for all of the fires that affected BLM lands this year. So probably a couple dozen different plans, but these are short-term kind of Band-Aids to, do what we need to do to set the stage for, more successful restoration efforts down the road. But so that's been helpful. Obviously, we need every nickel that we can get. So from the BLM's perspective, a couple of key priorities that no matter what, we're gonna get across the finish line by January. So those include the management plans for the Cascade-Siskiyou National Monument. So we just released a proposed plan, I think last week, even. So that's out on the streets right now for a 30-day public review, inching closer to finalizing that. As well as a plan amendment to our for our Lakeview district that will that's addressing off-highway vehicle use, wilderness characteristics, as well as livestock grazing. Let's see. And another thing at the Oregon level that we are prioritizing to get across the finish line as quickly as possible is what we call a programmatic NEPA document to hopefully streamline future NEPA documents for aquatic and riparian restoration projects. So in particular in Eastern Oregon. And so we're looking forward to finalizing that and hoping it's going to be easier for everyone involved to get those projects approved down the road. I'll be sure to update you at the next meeting on how that goes and how we could potentially work together on that. I am also looking forward to tonight's conversation. BLM is partnering with Lomacosky on at a number of projects that includes two of our areas in Oregon where we've basically prioritized investing a lot of our bill in IRA funding, right? So key landscapes where, some money can hopefully maybe turn the needle on some of the things. That's the approach the Department of the Interior took. We don't have NRCS level money. We're investing about $10 million in each of those landscapes is the goal, along with trying to put 15% of that of hiring youth to help us implement those projects. So that's been exciting to watch as well. And that's it for me.
Thanks, Aaron. Okay, Russ.
So Russ Hoflick, it's my second meeting. Welcome, Jesse. Claire, welcome. It's nice to have newer members join the board, so I'm not the newbie any longer. Kelly, thank you for agreeing to co-chair. It's we'll be patient as you get into it, but it's a lot of responsibility, and I'm grateful for you. I am retired. I split my time between Portland and Lincoln City, and trying to find that balance between retirement and volunteering as much as I can, and I'm really excited to be on this board. I'm also doing coaching where I can for other nonprofit leaders and helping out, giving them advice and counsel along the way. I also wanted to mention that I have been working with the Coalition of Oregon Land Trusts and a growing partnership to try to find a new funding stream as much as we're talking about this flush of federal funding, there is a need for additional climate-related funding in the state of Oregon. And I'm pleased to announce that Josh Albert has been hired by the group as our first staff to help facilitate the early planning for the possibility of a new initiative to come up with significant funding to help build on the capacity statewide. And speaking of new staff, Ashley Henry has been hired as the Land Trust Alliance's new Northwest Program Director. And Joe Buttafuoco, who was with the Nature Conservancy in a stewardship position, is the new Colt Executive Director. So it's going to be nice to have staff back in those organizations for the first time in their leadership roles. And I did want to mention, it is exciting to see what is happening in the Klamath. I've been reminded by colleagues in Oregon and just reflecting upon, I look around the room and I'm listening to the presentations. All of you have been so significantly involved in the upper Klamath development of the projects along the Wood, the Williamson, the Sprague, and the Sycan. And I think about what we have done and the test of whether or not we have really properly prepared for the return of the salmon to that system. It's going to be exciting to see what happens. I remember the first land acquisitions with Senator Hatfield to help the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service on the refuge expansions up there, the BLM and its acquisitions, NRCS and its major investments, and what Lessa Coyne had done when we had co-chairs of the appropriations committees, but their pride and their commitment to being able to restore those systems. And I've been told or asked that in the role here at OWEB that we not forget in the excitement of seeing the salmon recovering and moving into the system, but the plight of the short-nosed sucker and the Lost River sucker and their needs. And there's going to be significant further investment in the water quality, the water quantity, and habitat needs in that system. And what we do strategically as members of OWEB to actually ensure the future of the species and the diversity of that system in a time of climate change is really, really critical. It's exciting to be part of the discussions that are going to take place.
Thanks, Russ. Liz?
Good morning and welcome. Welcome. We're really, really glad you're here and look forward to your participation. Jump right in. Just jump right in. I am going to hit on just a few things. The continuation of the HCP and the PFA, and just a little bit on our board meeting in Pendleton last week, where we got to see firsthand some of the impacts on the land and with private landowners, which was actually pretty stunning. So just a quick update on the HCP. ODF is continuing to support the services as they work to complete the NEPA and ESA documents, including the final EIS and the biological opinions. ODF has addressed comments to the updated draft on the HCP, and they'll be sending those to the services by the end of this month, October 31st. The timeline to finalize the HCP for the incidental take permits is still being determined. We have it still in the process as we work toward building different scenarios for the FMP under the HCP. We've included the Forest Land Trust Commissioners, which I think has widened the table, and as they get their feet on the ground, it's really, really positive to hear and see them at the table and involve their thinking and their input into the different scenarios as we continue to build them. So that's the HCP. On the PFA, the department and The board's work to implement the private forest accord continues, and we're meeting all the required milestones to date. The draft PFA Habitat Conservation Plan, the draft has been submitted to the services for their review and input in July of 2024, and we're waiting for the response. The public comment period was held for the post-disturbance harvest rules from April to May, and after receiving the services feedback on the administration draft of the HCP, which could include feedback on the proposed rules, the department will return to the Board of Forestry for a decision on the post-disturbance rules. In August, the Small Forest Investment and Stream Habitat Program, a component of the PFA, issued grant awards totaling $5 million that funded 20 projects, and combined, these projects will restore more than 74 miles of habitat of native salmon and trout and improve water quality, removing 37 culverts across 19 watersheds and 11 counties. So that was PFA. Many of you already spoke to this stunning wildfire season. You know, if 2020 was the coastal west watersheds, 2024 was Eastern and Central Oregon. Just amazing. And we took our a day of a field trip for the board last week, and just saw a really tiny bit of it. And as you know, for ODF fires, and I'll just speak from the ODF fires, there were 929 fires that resulted in impacting 315,995 acres, which was 2.8 times the 10-year average for fires, and that was ODF fires. For all jurisdictions statewide, there were over 2,000 fires impacting, like Mark, you said, 1.93 million acres, which was 2.7 times the 10-year average for acres. So a stunning year, and it was really good to hear people just jumping on it even where they could. But one of the things that we heard from some of the ranchers out there is just the miles and miles of fencing that were lost. And some figures, the cost of those is, and I'm not a, you know, or don't have a ranching background or anything, $25,000 to a mile to replace fencing. I mean, it's just stunning. The other thing that we heard is this dilemma. There are 2 mills in Eastern Oregon. And so for these ranchers, they have the ag land and they have forest land. And so they're dealing with just this, you know, huge loss of livestock, you know, and I think, you know, in my mind, you know, when I think of a burned forest and will it come back and all that stuff, there is still impact to these grazing lands. And it is 3 to 4 years before, you know, they have to figure out what to do and where to go. And that's many, many people doing that. So going back like to these 2 mills, they're already, you know, in a really, really tough situation. And, you know, for the ODF, if you remove, you know, the wood, then you're required to, of course, replant. But many are thinking, you know, do I even have the capability to do that? So we're looking at, and then, you know, does it make sense economically to take what little I have and then take it to a mill and, you know, lose money on it potentially? So, you know, it doesn't take much to think that we may be converting these forested lands to something else just because it's really, really a tough dilemma. So we had some really interesting discussion with some of the landowners out there, and as they try to figure out, you know, where are their priorities for their livelihood, you know, hundreds and hundreds of livestock dead. And yeah, it was eye-opening for me as with my forestry background to kind of see what they're dealing with. So I really just listened well to y'all who were talking about what you're doing right now for the 2024 fires. And just, I think it's such an important thing. End of report.
Thanks, Liz. Okay, we're going to go online now. And Liza Jane, would you like to give your update?
Yes, thank you, Kelly. You're rocking it. Sorry I couldn't join you. Make faces at you across the room and giggle when you have to do the Roberts rules, which, you know, I had my own rules. But, you'll get help. Trust me, you'll get help. Yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't be with you all. Ranching is hard for a woman with a bad back, and a 10-hour drive is just kind of, you know, right at the last minute, I'm like, no, it's not going to work out. So here I am looking at you all through the screen. I really just have a little bit. I got to attend the Private Lands Partnerscapes gathering in Redmond, first part of October. It was so cool, and I was surprised. I was surprised on so many levels. But lots of great OWEB representation there. Sarah joined a panel and just spoke so well. And Courtney, the Erics, I think that's who joined. But I went to the Partners Scapes about 15 years ago in Baggs, Wyoming. After we did our first project, they invited me to come over there, and there was probably about 20 ranchers there. And I don't know why I expected the same 15 years later, but what I found was about 200 people at this gathering, which was exciting on one hand, and on the other, there was about, I think, 4 or 5 landowners out of the 200 people. And so a private lands event was a working hard agency event. To understand that, it was $900 to attend the conference and pay for lodging, and that's not mileage, meals, or anything else. So just the reality, if you say, where's the landowners, that's a big part of it. No paycheck involved in that activity, but gosh, is there a lot of good work being done. So it was inspiring, but I sure wish that it was possible for more landowners to attend those kind of things that are about working on the land. Locally, just a quick mention that I'm still involved in the wildlife crossings and connectivity work here on Highway 82. We have 20 miles of stretch where there's a high vehicle strike on wildlife, and we've received $150,000 to do the feasibility study, and it started now. And so they're going to look for 10 sites that have potential to help wildlife cross the highway without getting smashed. So that's really exciting, and it's great fun to work on a project that I have yet to find anybody that it isn't in full support of. So that's pretty cool. That's about it. Liz, I appreciate your comments. Also, I learned recently that although we have 2 mills in Eastern Oregon, that the problem isn't as much as that there isn't a market for the logs, but they cannot find people to work in the mills anymore. So that's interesting challenge now that we're faced with as well. So that's all. That's all. Glad to be here and able to join virtually.
Thanks, Liza Jane. Mark?
Thank you. I am sorry I can't be there. I love the coast and I was looking forward to the tour, but the fires have put me behind, so I didn't have time to drive. So Mark Webb, representing EQC. I'm going to talk about 3 particular items. The first is the Lower Umatilla Basin Groundwater Management Area Nitrate Plan. And I'll defer to Barbara to say the acronym. I can't pronounce it. In September, DEQ, Oregon Department of Agriculture, Oregon Water Resource Department, and the Oregon Health Authority released a nitrate reduction plan to outline the state's key strategies to reduce groundwater nitrate concentrations to less than 7 milligrams per liter in the lower Umatilla Basin groundwater management area and protect public health in the immediate term. There's been a significant focus on EQC's part. You could find the full plan at the DEQ website. You can still provide community comment on the plan. Yeah, they're looking for community input. And I just want to emphasize that this contamination accumulated from multiple sources over many years. We are looking at some of the big ag producers, the Port of Morrow, but they did accumulate over many years, and there are no simple or quick solutions. Nitrate contamination is a problem for rural communities generally across Oregon and the entire nation. And the most common sources of nitrate contamination are fertilizer, manure, septic systems, and wastewater that travels through soil and into groundwater. Anyway, that's what EQ or DEQ is attempting to work on now. They do have a plan, and you're invited to look at it and provide additional comments. Next item is the Drinking Water Protection Program. DEQ administers the Drinking Water Source Protection Program, and it is supporting OWEB as OWEB implements the Drinking Water Source Protection Grant Program. DEQ served on the Rules Advisory Committee and is providing technical support during program rollout, including assisting in the October 2024 webinar. And DEQ will also support OWEB during proposal review. DEQ is hosting 3 coastal workshops in October 2024. They're designed for communities to collaborate with fellow drinking water providers, local governments, conservation practitioners, land managers, and funding partners. The Oregon workshops focus on source water protection, forest stewardship, land conservation, and funding resources. OWEB will be presenting information at the workshops on the OWEB Drinking Water Source Protection Grant. And then to follow up a bit about what Dan talked about, DEQ is a member of the Drinking Water Providers Partnership, which coordinates an annual grant program to support source watershed restoration projects that provide benefits to both drinking water systems and native fish. Funding for the DWPP comes from the U.S. Forest Service, BLM, and EPA. And projects can also be referred to the Oregon Health Authority Drinking Water Source Protection Grant Program. The DWPP is now inviting project proposals for 2025. And you could find additional information on DEQ's website. The last issue here will be TMDL updates. So I think I shared last time that DEQ is under a court order to update and replace 15 temperature TMDLs. TMDLs, for those who don't know, that's an acronym for the maximum daily loads. And those daily loads refer to pollution levels around the state to make them consistent with the current temperature standards. The EQC adopted the first 2 of these in August. Those were the Lower Columbia Sandy River Subbasin and the Willamette Subbasin's temperature replacement TMDL. And they were approved by the EPA in September. We're developing the Willamette River main stem and major tributaries temperature replacement TMDLs currently. Comment period closed on October 14th, and DEQ will propose the TMDLs to EQC for adoption at the January 2025 meeting, and then submit the TMDLs to EPA for action by February 28, 2025. And then, interestingly, the EPA has taken the lead to develop the Umpqua temperature replacement TMDL, and this is due to the deadlines associated with completing these TMDLs. EPA has taken that lead and will work closely with DEQ on its development. So those are pretty briefly some updates. I'll just encourage y'all this evening to attend the dinner. Marco Bay is an excellent speaker. Lon Mukatsi is doing great work. So I'm sorry I can't be there for that. And then, yeah, just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Okay, Barbara.
Well, thank you, co-chair. So I'm sorry I'm not there today. I got home pretty late last night. I officiated my first wedding up on Whidbey Island, and I just couldn't find my way there by 8:30 this morning. But I will be joining you tonight for tonight's talk. I'm looking forward to seeing Marco and hearing about their current projects. I've been watching his projects for many, many years. So I am going to give a Board of Agriculture update. Mark mentioned the Lubguama, let's see, Lower Umatilla Basin Groundwater Management Area. Yes, and the partnership that was developed. And I was happy, I personally was happy to see that they're going to focus on just this area. There was concern that it was going to be a statewide initiative. I think it's important to start locally to see what will work for these rural areas with the nitrate reduction plan. At our last Board of Ag meeting, we had a great presentation from a very organized group, Farmers Ending Hunger, and their efforts in the Hermiston area. It's a really healthy, robust program out there, and we could all learn from it on how to partner with local farmers. So I always feel like it's important for some people to know that I sit on the Board of Ag as the chair of the Soil and Water Conservation Commission. So I have some updates on my last commission meeting, and it pertains to OWEB. We did learn from Courtney, I think my meeting was last week, that the match requirements are being reviewed by DOJ. So stay tuned on the match requirements for the scopes of work and for soil and water conservation districts through OWEB. But I do appreciate the efforts that OWEB staff is making to hopefully keep the match low as possible. And I did attend last week. It was called Crunch at Once, and it was held across the state of Oregon, where 15,000 students, who were part of the Farm to School program, everybody crunched at once across the state of Oregon. And I went down to the Lucky Mute Valley Charter School and sat with 150 students, and we crunched on purple cabbage and quince produced by a local farmer, Antonio Diaz from Tony's Produce. That was a ton of fun and a great farm to school program down there. Let's see. One last thing, I am part of a very exciting new program at Yamhill Soil and Water Conservation District. Let's see, I want to get my wording right. We have been pretty limited on our restoration money with the way, because we're structured as a local government, as all conservation districts are. And we have been pivotal in safeguarding nearly 3,500 acres of valuable Yamhill County habitat and agricultural lands. It's well managed and it's a very popular program, but we are very limited as to our funding opportunities. So I'm excited to announce that we have been approved for a 501c3. And we have started Yamhill Conservation Trust. We are the first conservation district in the state of Oregon to form a land trust for our county. So next week we have our first organizational meeting, and I'm really, really excited to be part of this effort in Yamhill County. And lastly, I want to thank all of you for your efforts and your reports that you give. I learned so much from you and realized how much crossover all of us have in our efforts to preserve our natural resources in the state of Oregon. So with that, I will defer to my co-chair.
Thanks, Barbara. Thanks, everyone. So Barbara, I have to say, if I could get my kids to just eat straight purple cabbage, like, Maybe if I call it crunching at lunch, I don't know. I gotta figure that one out, but that sounds really cool. So for my updates, so I don't think I mentioned that my day job, I'm the Natural Resources Director for the Cow Creek Band of Umpqua Tribe of Indians. I'm also a Cow Creek Umpqua tribal member, and I have a Modoc and Pit River descendancy as well, so very tied to Southern Oregon. First of all, I want to acknowledge that our meeting today is at the Mill Casino Hotel, the Coquille Tribes Hotel Casino, and just want to thank the Coquille Tribe for having us here and for hosting us. This is my third time coming here this year, so I've spent a lot of time in Coos Bay this year, and every time it's just so beautiful, and they're just such gracious hosts. I also want to welcome Jesse back again, and Claire, and thank you guys so much. And Russ, I just want to say you're doing a great job. For my updates, I left the July OWEB board meeting a little early to attend the annual Tribal State Government to Government Summit, where I participated in a water resources panel. Lots going on at the state right now with water resources. As Lindsay and both Mark mentioned, we've been tracking heavily ODFW's hatchery resilience modeling process and engaging with the state on that. That is a really important one, I think, for folks to engage in. I attended the affiliated Tribe of Northwest Indians Changing Currents Tribal Water Summit, where I moderated a water panel. You guys are kind of getting a theme now for what my summer was like. And that was in August, and that was hosted here again by the Coquille Tribe. It was a really great summit. It's if you haven't attended one, it brings agency folks together, tribes together, tribal professionals, tribal youth. There's a huge youth component to it, which I think is fantastic. So if you're interested, check that one out. It's an annual AT&I event. I attended the DEI and Environmental Justice Committee meeting in September, but barely, and I just want to thank the staff so much for helping me out with that one. I was double booked that day. Let's see. I want to give a shout out to Courtney and Ken. I attended the OWEB Tribal Project Development Grant Information Session in September, and I just have to say, you guys did a great job with rolling that out. Your information sessions were really, for lack of a better, very informational, and very helpful. And I'm really excited about this opportunity. I know we're going to be talking about it later today on the agenda. Kind of a biggie. The Cow Creek Umpqua Tribe hosted Governor Kotek, the First Lady, and her staff. And we toured some of our tribal lands, looked at some of our tribal forest lands, toured the tribe's acclimation site, talked about the work that we do with our natural resources, our restoration, had really great conversations about ways that the tribe can partner with the state moving forward on things. So that was a really uplifting event. I also attended the tribal water healing ceremony that was again hosted by the Coquille Tribe. They've been busy this year, on September 26th, and that was a really, really wonderful event. It brings together all the tribes in the state of Oregon to commune with each other, to share with one another the work that we're doing with water, and to support one another in the work that we are doing to help ensure that we have clean, clear water for not only our tribes, but our communities as well. So that was really, really good. And then just to follow up on something that Lindsay said, I am looking forward to the trip to DC for our PCSRF with the other Western states meetings on the Hill. Going to try to educate some folks back in DC about the funding that we need here and what we're doing with all of our funding and the great work that we're getting done with it. And then last, I just want to say that I attended Southern Oregon University's Indigenous Peoples Day celebration last Saturday. And again, I just feel like I've been attending all of these really uplifting events, like community events, and it was really fantastic. My daughter wore her ribbon skirt and was able to do grand entry with the other dancers for the first time, which was huge and amazing. And we had really great speakers talking about local things, talking about broader issues. But the host for the day mentioned, and this has been a common theme today, that the first salmon have been seen swimming beyond where the dams were on the Klamath River up a tributary. This is the first time salmon have been seen up there since the dams were built in 1912. I think it's just amazing to think about since 1912. So really huge. I know that Sarah's going to talk a little bit about this as well. Some of you have talked about it. This is a major moment, and I'm just so happy that OWEB was able to be a part in this. But Russ, I think you're right. We've got other species that are important, the chwam, right? And we are going to have to continue the restoration work because they're coming home, you know? And as much as I want to celebrate this, I think the day that I am really going to celebrate is when we see that first salmon in the Sprague River. That's going to be huge for me and for my family, and I'm just so excited that we're taking a step closer to that. So I feel very positive coming into today's meeting with all of the things that I'm seeing going on around the state. So just want to thank everybody for being here and for the great report outs. I also learned so much at these report outs, so thank you guys. I'm busy really taking notes as you're talking. And someday I'll follow up with you on the notes that I take. Maybe not this week. But let's see, I think we are now at.
So Kelly, I just want to note, Mark, as you were starting to speak, Mark briefly put a hand up. And so I don't know if, and it looks like Brian might have a follow-up too. And we can,
yes.
then I can help with schedule rearranging.
Okay,
once
thank you.
board comments are done.
Thank you. Yes, Mark.
Yeah, sorry, just maybe some context for a couple of the items that were discussed earlier, Brian and Liz. Grant County, a lot of Grant County and certainly northern Harney County burned up, but been visiting some of the sites and I'm just excited to say, probably start crying. The treatments are working, both to moderate wildfire behavior as well as to be used to backburn. And so as just one example, we visited the Myrtle Sylvies roadless area, which untreated, just blew up out of there, left burnt sticks on the roadless side and hit treated units on the east side, and it just laid right down. And increasingly it appears that that's not just an isolated incident, that there are a number of project areas on the Immigrant Creek where the Falls Fire burned, that the treatments really did moderate, mitigate wildfire behavior. And I just wanted to share that. Also wanted to share, Liz was talking about cost of fencing just on Immigrant Creek Ranger District. The ranger told me they expect they've got a $7 million hit to fences. So you've got a fire that burned through in 1 month and it just took away decades of improvements. So just the impact will be fairly staggering. And then just one more thing about Liz's comments on private lands and mills. It's not just having mills available and staff that can take wood. I don't think people fully appreciate that most of the private lands have been hit really, really hard in Eastern Oregon. The quality of the wood doesn't compare to the Forest Service quality of wood available. And so there's still a need to develop low value markets for low value biomass. And I don't know that private landowners appreciate that. And then I'm hoping that ODF will take this issue up. She talked about question whether to replant or not. There are a lot of places where there are trees now that there weren't trees 100 years ago. And I'm just hoping that ODF will think about whether they want to replant areas that historically weren't planted. So just some comments on some of the things that were shared, given my experience here. Thanks.
Thanks, Mark.
Dan?
And I wanted to comment on something Mark said about the EPA's Umpqua River TMDL. Apologize for the oversight. I drove by the Umpqua River on the way here. Not sure how I spaced out on that, but it is open for public comment as we speak. And public comments are due by February 28th on that Umpqua River temperature TMDL. And also another follow-up, Mark, I was at the workshops that ODEQ hosted on the coast last week. OWEB was there, ODF was there. They were fantastic. The communities of the coastal Oregon who rely on these drinking watersheds very, very much appreciated those, and it was great government work out there.
Thanks, Dan. Okay, I believe Bruce?
Yeah. Kelly, I get the press releases from the governor. The press release on the governor's visit to the Cow Creek Bend was the best press release that has come out of that office in years. And I don't know who Lindsay Kempman is from your communications and marketing director, but I assume she had some influence on that. But it was wonderful, and but you were only in 2 out of the 3 pictures.
Thanks, Bruce. And yeah, Lindsay is fantastic. She's our PR and marketing person, and she's great. She keeps us all in line on tours like that, for sure. And I was really trying to showcase my staff and just try to fade into the background of the photos. But thank you, Bruce. I appreciate that. Brian.
Thanks. One last item that important omission of my remarks. I wanted to recognize last couple weeks ago, I had the opportunity to visit the Grand Ronde Basin and the John Day, and on behalf of the senior leadership in the regional office of the Forest Service, as well as the Wallowa-Whitman National Forest and the Malheur National Forest, provide an award to the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation, as well as the North Fork John Day Watershed Council, and some of the staff on the Malheur National Forest for some of their substantial aquatic restoration work that they've done in the North Fork John Day and the Upper Grand Ronde. So, thanks.
Thanks, Brian. Yeah, lots of work going on over there. Lots of really good work going on. Okay, Russ.
One quick one. Mark, I just appreciated your comments on the Minam, and just wanted to mention a rare wildlife sighting that is of note. I'm curious if others have seen it, but it was the first time I've seen moose in the northeastern part of the state.
They're sneaking in, yeah.
Yeah, I'll just add, I haven't seen him, but I have a close friend who is trustworthy who's seen him on the Blue Mountain Summit on the Malheur.
Mark has at least one trustworthy friend.
Trustworthy, right.
Kelly, we're finishing just a couple minutes early. I do think if we can still keep it to a 15-minute break, we have a fair number of folks signed up for public comment, and we want to make sure to give good time for that. So that is my suggested next step.
So back here at 10:20.
So back here at 10:20.
Okay, quick break back at 10:20. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks. If they're online. So the people who speak here see the green, yellow, red progression. The people online may not be able to see
I
that.
think it's detente. Yeah, I don't think anything's wrong. Nobody's trying to move anything.
Okay, everybody, we're gonna get started again.
Oh, really? Oh,
Way fancier than
Yeah,
that was.
I don't know if it'll wash up. I haven't
know,
washed
that's
it
why
yet, Dad's
I
like.
don't buy white stuff anymore.
Okay, everybody, we're gonna get started. Trying not to use my mom voice.
You sound artificially calm. That's my mom voice. I am not upset.
We're forewarned.
All right, thank you, everybody. And I'm gonna actually,
Do you want me to?
yeah, kick it over to Sarah, since we have just a couple minutes until public comment starts.
With our couple extra minutes, we were actually hoping to invite up Greg Becker, our new state conservationist that Claire introduced from NRCS. Greg and I had a chance to have coffee a couple of weeks ago, and then we've been running into each other at various events throughout the state. Greg, it's good to see you not in Redmond, which is where I seem to usually run into you. And I also wanted to mention, so Greg's going to share a little bit about sort of as he enters his new leadership role in the state, kind of priorities and perspectives. And then Greg will be visiting over the next month or so here. I think the Natural Resources Cabinet, the state agency directors and Governor's Natural Resource Office get together every couple of weeks. And I know, Greg, you've been meeting with other state agency directors as well, so it'll be good to have that chance to connect. Greg, welcome. Thanks for coming all the way to Coos Bay from Boise.
Hey, not Boise, North Idaho, Sandpoint.
Oh, boy, that was a big.
Currently, I'm in the process
Sorry
of
about
moving.
that.
No, I love Boise.
Idaho.
Boise's a great place, so, and that's a correct assumption, actually, because I came from a state office position. Relocation in HR can be a problem sometimes. But we're working through that and making slow progress. But anyway, no, so glad to be here. Appreciate the invite. Really glad to have some representation on the board, and Claire being new, you wouldn't know it. If you've gotten to know her a little bit, you'd think she'd been in this job for years. And we're really lucky to have kept her on. She was the manager of that EQIP program, our EQIP program, which is it's our largest, like most states, especially Western states. And she did a fantastic job running that. It's only been about a month that she's been in this position, but doing a fantastic job. So really glad to have her on this board and represent us. And she gave a great report. Just maybe a couple things in addition that have been emerging priorities from my position and perspective. And I know that many of you are aware of our PL 566 program and even participate with us. That's a big one. Taking those projects, we've got about 29 different projects at various stages in the state, and those are huge. They're multi-million-dollar projects. It takes a lot of effort on a lot of different fronts to get those projects completed. There are big pipeline replacements to open irrigation ditches typically. The Chutes water basin, a big one. If you were at the meeting that Sarah mentioned, one of those was featured. And that's through basalt, irrigation ditches, a lot of water loss. So those are really important projects because of the water savings and the opportunity for in-stream flow and other things. And they're just a large priority for us. Oregon's a leader in PL 566 projects. One of the first to really get that going. Senator Merkley being a real driver on that, and we're so fortunate to be in that situation. But many of those are still yet to be completed. So, and then another priority that just dovetails perfectly with what Claire talked about, pointed out, huge 2024 year program-wise. 2025 is going to be just as big already. And then we typically do pick up funding that other states cannot utilize. We're in the process of building our staff levels. When I got here, about 180 employees. We want to build to 230 and well into the process there, or more if the budget supports that, because that amount of work puts a huge strain on our staff, and taking care of our staff with additional staff, partnerships that can help us with that planning and implementation, the full thing, that's a big priority. And another thing related to that, and I know that this isn't going to surprise anyone with employees in that GS7, GS9 level. Living in Oregon and affording to live in Oregon it's a challenge. And I would be happy to partner with any partner who is interested in looking at ways to alleviate those housing costs, living costs for that level of employee in particular. So those are priorities, and that last one, that's a riddle that's going to be maybe unsolvable, but that doesn't mean we don't want to try and put some effort into that. And it'll take partnerships. So those are some of my priorities, and I promised to not go over 5 minutes. Hopefully I didn't. But really happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mark, you have a question?
Well, Greg, you're filling some big shoes. You know that.
Yes,
so
I do.
You've talked about the programs. What about you? Tell us a little bit about you.
Okay.
Personally.
Sure, you bet. So I started my natural resource career on the private side. I ran the logging crews, the trucks, and the heavy equipment for a sawmill in Wyoming as a forester. And great job for a single person, not a family. Just very, very busy, a lot of miles, especially in that country. The range was from Casper, Wyoming to Roundup, Montana, and Yellowstone to the Black Hills. And so that's why it was the amount of time required there. So really nice to come to the NRCS, started as a technician in Sheridan, Wyoming, same town, and worked there about 5 years to that. You know, my time as the GS7, GS9 employee, and then took a district conservationist job in North Idaho. Did that job for about 15 years, another 3 years as the state resource conservationist. If any of you work with Amy Hendershot, her counterpart in Idaho. And then was fortunate enough to get this job. And you are absolutely correct. Ron did a great job building things up, and really happy to have a good relationship with him, did before this job. And I just want to continue in the great work, especially in the area of partnerships that he's started. So thank you. And I'll be around for the day and on the tour, and be happy to, and looking forward to shaking each of your hands and visiting with you.
Great, thank you so much. We're gonna have to move on to public comment, but Greg is going to be around, as he said. I think he's joining us for dinner as well. So if you have other things you want to talk about with him, please find him later. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so moving on to agenda item C, public comment. So I'd like to start by acknowledging the written public comment that was provided before the meeting. We received comments from Gary Young with Blue Mountain Ranch, Carson Kendrick from Colt, Randy Wiest, High Desert Partnership, Tyler Gose, High Desert Partnership, Melissa Petschauer, High Desert Partnership, Vanessa Schroeder, Eastern Oregon Agricultural Research Center, Jacqueline Couples, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Bruce Loranger, BLM, and Cheryl Horton with the Mid-Coast Watershed Council. So just want to thank you for submitting your written comments.
Kelly, I just want to note real quick, I think we may have gotten, there were a series there that were in support of the High Desert Partnership application. I know Randy for sure is with the Department of State Land, so those are not all actually High Desert Partnership employees. We tricked you, sorry.
Thank you, Sarah. Apologies. Okay, and we do have folks signed up for both virtual and in-person public comment. So I just want to give a quick reminder to my fellow board members that you may ask clarifying questions only. And let's see, we will start with the folks in person and then go to virtual. So let's go ahead and start with Andrea Kreiner. And just a reminder that you all have 3 minutes for your comments.
Andrea knows.
This is not her first time.
Not my first rodeo. All right, so good morning, co-chairs Coates and Boyer, new board members and veteran board members. My name is Andrea Kreiner. I'm the Executive Director of the Oregon Association of Conservation Districts. And we also happen to be the managing partner right now for the Oregon Conservation Partnership Grant. That in your funding strategy, it's called the Statewide Oregon Partnership Support for this biennium. That's us. So that's the Oregon Association of Conservation Districts, the network of watershed councils, COLT, and OCEAN, and I never attempt to say what OCEAN is because I can never remember, but it's the SWCD staff organization. And I am looking forward to Joe joining me with Colt, and NAUSE is now in interviews for their new executive director. So we will once again be a full table in front of you to talk. I went from being the new kid on the block to the only kid on the block. So what I do want to update you on is I'm going to focus on the earned media under the grant. We were able to hire our contractor funded through the grant starting in July, and he has been amazing. In these 3.5 months, we have 6 OPB and affiliate stories, 8 TV stories, and 4 print stories. And note that the OPB, the radio and TV stories are also on their website, so they are living on forever, at least for now. So that's 18 stories in 3.5 months on topics ranging from the wildfires, virtual fencing, to the Headwaters Farm Incubator, to emerald ash borer and salmon watch. It is incredible. The stories have been in depth and bringing light to the work of all of our partner organizations. Now, I'm making this my only point today because we put this contract in our grant as a trial. This was a little more expensive than our previous consultants who really weren't doing much other than putting out press releases. Aside from the stories, he's run a webinar for our members to teach them how to fish, as well as doing the work for them. And he is joining them. He's bringing them in contact with the reporters, sitting there in the interviews with them, helping them through, teaching them. So he's building our team, right? He's changing the way our member organizations interact with the press. And that will help us to continue to get more and more coverage of conservation and restoration work. With that said, the contract runs out in February because we run out of grant money. And I did notice we are not slated to get more in this mid-biennium bump. So I do have to put in a request. The total contract for him was just over $20,000, which is about $2,500 a month. So to get us the last 10 months of the year would be about a $25,000 addition to our grant to get us through December 31st of 2025. So I thank you in advance for your consideration of my at the table request. But I really do, I am happy beyond what I could have imagined when we did this contract. So, thank you.
Thank you. Jamie?
Just a clarifying question. Is this request in part of helping to tell the conservation story? The request for the media support that is doing the outreach, would that fall under that umbrella of telling the conservation story and helping these partners to tell their stories as part of that work?
Jamie, I think I can help with that. We can get some greater clarification later, maybe when we talk about spending plan. But no, this is a separate set of sort of dedicated funding under the title that Andrea described that I can't remember. That the telling the conservation story is sort of project monitoring and outcomes. So separate funding pot.
But
I mean, it is colloquially telling the conservation story for sure, but that's not the part of the sort of program funding that this lives under. Names are confusing.
Yes.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Conservation, keyword.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, next up, Haley Lutz.
All right. My name is Haley Lutz, and I'm the Executive Director for the Coos Watershed Association and facilitator for the Coos Basin Coho Partnership, which is an OWEB-funded FIP. Excuse me. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment today. Our organization recently celebrated 30 years of working with our community to improve watershed health. Excuse me. Thanks to OWEB and our other partners and funders, over the last 30 years, we've invested over $30 million into restoration, monitoring, and community engagement. About 24 million of those dollars have been put directly on the ground in a staggering 721 restoration actions. 200 of those projects were focused on improving fish passage and water quality through culvert, bridge, and tide gate upgrades. Along the stream banks, we have implemented over 300 riparian planting projects. Excuse me. In these projects, we control, thank you so much. We control noxious weeds and plant native species from our very own native plant nursery. Within the stream, we have completed just shy of 140 large woody debris installation projects, each of which spans multiple miles. All of these actions are supported and directed by a robust research and monitoring program, which uses a data-driven approach to ensure we are implementing the right projects in the right areas to get the most ecological bang for our buck. None of these ecological outcomes happen without an effective community engagement program. Over the last 30 years, we have engaged with thousands of community members and landowners to empower them to take steps in their daily lives to support a healthy watershed. We have invested many hours into educating kids on what makes a watershed healthy, with the ultimate goal of supporting the next generation and sustaining the work that we've invested so much in. At the core of this work is hundreds of private landowners who have partnered with us to improve watershed health on their own property, as well as many public land managers who have engaged to live these values in our public lands. All this great work we just talked about has been led and done by an incredible team of people. We've had the opportunity to employ over 200 people in our organization over the 30-year history. That includes giving nearly 75 youth their first job and initial professional skill set. At the helm of this work is our committed board of directors, who over the years, we've had over 90 board members with an average board term of 6 years and still retain our founding board member. As you know, so much good work has happened and so much has changed since watershed councils were formally established by the legislature in 1997. GWEB and now OWEB have not only been essential funders, but close partners throughout the years. One of OWEB's greatest strengths is that you empower and trust local organizations to do the work in the way that we think will work best in our communities. But yet you're always standing by to help us brainstorm approaches and work through challenges. I think there are many challenges alongside these opportunities coming over the next 30 years in this work. A challenge that is at the forefront of our organization's mind and many other organizations throughout the state is that we're all running businesses at the end of the day. And we need to make sure we do that in a manner that's responsible, sustainable, and resilient. Most of us get in this work due to a passion for and background in ecology, and although that's totally the core of our work, we cannot implement state and federal priorities and plans and run millions of dollars with what literally feels like millions of legal requirements attached without sturdy business cores. OWEB has always recognized the need to support the administrative side through operating grants, but I encourage you all to continue to ensure that funding for the business side of our work is robust, consistent, and flexible. I encourage OWEB to consider running the organization collaboration grant program more frequently so that as opportunities arise, organizations can consider strategic collaborations that ultimately help us be more robust, resilient, and sustainable businesses. We need to be strong and sustainable businesses because the community and ecological need is high and pressing. In the Coos, the low-hanging restoration fruit is largely complete. Our estuary is the largest estuary fully in the state of Oregon. You're sitting in the largest city on the Oregon coast. And so much of our core infrastructure is built around the estuary, which is also the most ecologically important, as well as some of the most culturally significant pieces of our land. This means that the infrastructure to support our community and economy is complex and costly. For example, nearly 36% of the almost 1,000 tide gates in the state of Oregon are right here. And those protect thousands of acres of agricultural lands, hundreds of homes, and all of our key roads and highways. Given this complexity, it's critical that OWEB continue to and bolster support for projects that push the ecological need forward, but acknowledge that these are going to happen in a manner that carefully balances and facilitates the compromise between the multitude of land uses and values at play. Thank you again for showing up at the table with us over the last 30 years as we do this work, not only as a funder, but a partner. And we're looking forward to showing you all a few of our Coos Basin Coho Fit projects this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Haley. Looking forward to the tour. Okay, we still have 2 virtual public comments. Okay. Let's go Stephanie Tidwell. Is she online? Okay.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Stephanie Tidwell. I'm the Executive Engagement Director for Water Climate Trust and the new Oregon Water Justice Alliance. The Oregon Water Justice Alliance primarily focuses on just water allocation for fisheries recovery and tribal beneficial use. It's pretty new. You'll be hearing more from us soon because some of our member organizations are getting much closer to being ready to apply for some acquisition grants. Currwillie a Eugene, Willamette Valley resident, but with a deep connection to the Rogue and Klamath watersheds. This is my first time engaging with OWEB directly, so I asked you to please pardon my ignorance if I end up putting my foot in my mouth. But with that said, first I want to thank OWEB and your affiliated board member agencies for providing such sufficient funding to support watershed health. This is critical work at a critical time in a state renowned for its waterways. I understand that this is a watershed restoration funding and education entity and not a regulatory one, but with the upcoming Oregon water law modernization process and the updating of the integrated water resources plan, it seems safe to assume that your work is going to be in some ways, hopefully positively affected by these processes. I also understand that the board is probably going to adopt your new strategic plan today, and I'm probably a little bit late to the party to have much influence, but I did want to take advantage of this opportunity to just ask you to speak more directly to in-stream flows in your planning and your public outward-facing documents elsewhere. I know it's an important issue for you. You have an entire funding area dedicated to water acquisition, but when I read this strategic plan, it didn't really come across like that. I know that flow protection and enhancement was implied in the vision in terms of enough water for people and fish and in reference to climate change impacts, but it was never explicitly stated. I think we can all likely agree that no watershed improvement project can really be judged as a success if there's not enough water coming out of it to support downstream ecosystems. Supporting fully functional aquatic ecosystems for all life is clearly at the core of your funding programs. But I do feel it's necessary to more explicitly state it, to preclude the use of public funds for private restoration projects that end up not providing in-stream benefits. Thus, on behalf of Water Climate Trust and the Oregon Water Justice Alliance, I urge you to take a closer look at your funding guidelines and communication efforts to more clearly promote and facilitate sufficiently abundant water for people and aquatic wildlife. In terms of flow, I'm pleased to see increased focus on effectiveness monitoring in Strategy 4.1, as one of our concerns with many environmental water funding agencies is the lack of requirements around this. These concerns are twofold. Number one, too many projects don't have flow monitoring in place to measure before and after effects, and thus make it kind of impossible to objectively measure success. And number two, for those funded habitat and water efficiency improvement projects with flow monitoring, some of our prior analysis has shown that many public funding projects that promised in-stream flows not only failed to deliver, in some cases the flows actually decreased with that conserved water going back to ag. So we have an analysis of water counting methodology and practices that I will share to staff. I didn't share it yet. It's a huge document and it wouldn't attach when I signed up. And it's in the process of being updated, but the core information still remains relevant. But I will say my first blush review of your effectiveness monitoring elsewhere, it didn't appear to include flow monitoring. I'm hoping I'm wrong on this and would welcome somebody correcting me on that. If I am correct, I do strongly recommend that flow monitoring be a requirement for any project that involves taking water from or returning water to streams and rivers. And that additional resources, as elusive as we all know they may be, are dedicated to making this a feasible part of any successful application. I was happy to recently learn that the Water Projects Grant Program provided by Oregon Water Resources Department dedicates 25+% of conserved water to in-stream flows. And I hope to soon learn that all water funding, conservation funding programs in the state do the same. We also work in Northern California, and they got a lot further to go on this. Oh, I'm trying to do this in 3 minutes. This is my last point, I promise. Finally, I
Okay,
just wanna say-
Stephanie, you're over 3, so can you wrap it up?
Well, you know what? I'll wrap there. This one was less important. I tried to talk as fast as I could with you still being able to understand me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. I know so much to relay in such a short amount of time. Bruce.
Thank you, Stephanie. If possible, I would appreciate a website address for your organization. If you could provide it to Nicole so she could get it out to us, I'd like to learn more about it. Thank you.
Sure. I will send that along with a link to that big report.
Thank you, Stephanie. Okay, I believe we have one more virtual public comment. Carson Kendrick.
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great. Co-chairs Boyer and Coates and members of the board, thank you as always for the time today to provide some comments at your October meeting, and apologies for not being there in person. My name is Carson Kendrick. I'm the Conservation Director at the Coalition of Oregon Land Trusts. We represent 31 organizations across the state that work to protect clean water, fish, and wildlife habitat for all people forever. Today, I'd like to provide some comments on the strategic plan and share some COLT updates with the board. So first off, I'm thrilled to announce that after an extensive search process, our board of directors officially hired Joe Buttafuoco to lead our coalition as our new executive director. Joe comes to COLT after 14 years at the Nature Conservancy and brings over 20 years of experience in land conservation to this new position. He starts later this month and will be reaching out to connect with COLT partners, including OWEB board and staff. We really look forward to having his leadership at COLT and hope that you would all join us in offering him a warm welcome to his new role within the COLT community. On the strategic plan update, we testified in April respectfully requesting that the plan refresh include land protection as an outright goal within the plan, mentioned in tandem with restoration. And specifically, we suggested incorporating it into every one of the 6 objectives, priorities, strategies, and outcomes where it made sense. So while we appreciate all the work that has gone into updating this plan to better center the role of protection in OWEB's work, we do think that it still does not quite reflect OWEB's role as the sole grantor of land acquisition dollars in Oregon. Protection is missing through most of the priority 2 strategies focused on engaging diverse audiences throughout Oregon and OWEB's work. And it's also missing in priority 5, which talks really specifically about working lands, and I think kind of the whole focus of funding Oregon Ag Heritage Program. And finally, I just wanted to let this board know that we are working really hard to get ready for the upcoming legislative session and plan to advocate for funding for OAHP, the Drinking Water Source Protection Grant Program, and OWEB staffing continuity. I'm working now to circulate a drafted 2025 policy platform out to the COLT membership for review and feedback, and I hope to have a final approved version at our December member meeting. And I'd be happy to share more about that policy platform if the board is interested. Thank you all again for the time to speak today. You can find additional details on all of the education and particularly the advocacy work that we've done over the summer around OAHP within my submitted written testimony. And thank you for your time today.
Thank you so much, Carson. Jamie.
Hi, Carson. First of all, thanks for your leadership and getting COLT through the interim process of an ED. Appreciate that. The question I have is specific to your recommendation on the strategic plan. You mentioned priority 5. What would that look like? What would that language specifically look like? I appreciate the overall concept, but wanted a clearer sense of specifically what you're proposing.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Jamie. I'd be happy to send over some thoughts that I have around the working lands section of Strategy 5. I don't have anything written down for you at the moment. You can refer back to our April testimony. We have more specific written recommendations, but I'd be happy to follow up with you or now or in the next few moments. I know you guys are looking at this today, and apologies for not submitting something more specific for the record beforehand.
If you could, as was mentioned before, if you could email something before lunch that could be shared with us, if that could be shared with staff to Nicole, that would give us a chance to look at if you don't have something now.
We've got a procedural concern about that, but I mean, if she wants to email to Nicole, that's fine, but we'll need to figure out the public records, public meetings implication of that kind of exchange before we get any further than that.
Thanks.
We're planning to talk about it before lunch too. All right.
Okay, thank you. Nicole, just double checking, we don't have anyone else for public?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, I am going to kick it over to my co-chair, Barbara Boyer, to introduce the next agenda item.
All right, thank you, Co-Chair Coates, and you're doing a great job. Thanks for carrying the baton today. We are now down to agenda item D, which is our director's update. Sarah, what do you want us to know today?
Well, I would actually like to hand over the mic immediately here to Jeff Huntington from the Governor's Natural Resource Office. I'll give him a second to try to get on camera. Hi, Jeff. I have some slides and kind of the usual sort of updates, but I sent the board a copy of a private communication that I received from the governor over the last couple of weeks here, setting expectations. Jeff will talk a little bit about that. And I also let Jeff know, and as you know, Jeff was GWEB director before we were in OWEB and has a long history of support and engagement with the agency. I let Jeff know we'd be talking tomorrow afternoon about sort of board roles and potential changes to our committee structure. And it seemed like a good time to invite Jeff over to sort of talk about view from the governor's office on some of these issues related to the OWEB board and strategic plan and priorities over the next couple of years. Jeff, is that a fair setup? I know you wanted to be here in person today, so thanks for joining us virtually.
I did. Very fair setup, except Luis Soliday was head of GWEB. I took over when OWEB was created after Measure 66. So
that would explain why Russ was looking at me funny. So thanks.
That would explain why Russ was looking at you funny. That's right. That's right. Just for the record, my name is Jeff Huntington. I'm the Senior Policy Advisor on Natural Resource Issues for Governor Kotek. I had hoped to be there in person today, got a little bit tied up with some budget things, and it's probably a good thing because now I have a head cold from being on too many airplanes over the weekend, so none of you would want to be close to me anyway. I'll make sure my voice makes it through this. What's your timeline, Chair Boyer? I want to make sure that we're respectful here.
Let's see, I feel, because Sarah, how much time do you need?
You know, Barbara, I'd like to be able to have, full presentation from Jeff. If we need to circle back on the rest of director's report later, that's okay if we go up to like 11:10 or even a few minutes after.
Yeah, you've got yourself a good 20 minutes, Jeff.
Okay, I won't take that long, but I'm happy. But what I do want to do is have some interaction with you all, and if that gets to be a little constrained today because of the hybrid nature, then I'll join you in person as a follow-up and at your next meeting. Not a real big kind of presentation thing, just some remarks. I've been visiting different boards and commissions and delivering some messages that we think are important for you all to hear. And one of them, and that I'm going to start with, is that volunteering to serve on a board, a policy board, or an agency oversight board like the Fish and Wildlife Commission, or the Board of Forestry, or OWEB, or EQC. I've got you all here in some form or another. It's hard work, and it's not easy, and it's balancing a lot of different interests. And I just want you to know that we talk a lot about that at the Natural Resource Agency cabinet level and what we can do to help you in your work and support you as individual board members, and that's really important. And you are invited to reach out and have that kind of discussion with Sarah or me if there's something we can be doing to support you as an individual board member who is spending your time, your energy, your thought process to help make the state of Oregon a natural resource management better. So that's a sincere offer. It's on the table. We're always accessible, and please take advantage of that if you feel like you need to. Governor Kotek has begun to set out some expectations for directors and policy boards, and especially focusing on the directors of the agencies and the chairs of the policy boards that the agency works with, to try and knit together a closer collaboration as we try to implement a vision across the Natural Resource Agency cabinet. I think Oregon's made a pretty deliberate choice not to have a one large Department of Natural Resources that has different divisions. We like our 14 different agencies and our 34 boards and commissions that all have a slice of the natural resource issue. It's embedded in the ethos of the state, as far as I can tell, over my 35-year career. OWEB in its genesis was at least an attempt to begin to create a place where those different commissions and boards representatives would come together with citizen public voting members to talk about the mission of the agency and how to accomplish some key things for watershed health. But we're still working hard to try and set some consistency of expectations and work across all of the different boards and commissions. For OWEB, I think it's especially important because Sarah is one of a few of the natural resource directors who's appointed by the governor, works directly for the governor, and the board is a policy board, not an oversight board for the operation of the agency in the way the Board of Forestry or the Fish and Wildlife Commission might be, or even the AQC. That's one reason I really wanted to visit with you today, because we're working closely with Sarah as a new agency director to set a direction for the agency that reflects some of the governor's perspective and in a way that she can implement with your support, your participation, and kind of fold into this more closely knit collaboration that we want to see. And OWEB is that special agency. It's our special snowflake across all of the natural resource agencies. You are the one with no regulatory responsibility. You are the agency and the board that has resources to apply to effectuate change in our watersheds that are built from a ground up local perspective, but also coordinated and strategically applied to supplement and enhance what we can't accomplish by regulation. And that's not lost on me. It's always been what I think makes OWEB a very special, wonderful place. And so that's part of why I wanted to talk to you today. Sarah shared that letter with you from the governor, communicating her expectations for OWEB's growth and change over the next few years. Similar letters to that are going to new agency directors across the enterprise. And I can tell you the governor has an expectation of me and of Sarah that we'll follow up on that and have a conversation about how that's moving along. I think, Sarah, you said you had provided that to the board?
I did, yeah.
I won't spend too much time on it, but I just wanted to, there were 3 pieces in that letter for the benefit of folks that maybe haven't seen it that are listening. One of them was to really take a look before the legislative session about how to streamline the staffing and administrative budget that so that it'll address core program responsibilities first and create a more durable and flexible approach for administering the additional programs that have been layered on top of the core programs over time, especially those programs where there's been one-time legislative appropriations that have been renewed biennia to biennia, but are not built into the base budget of the agency, and that has staffing implications. And it also has implications when we're heading into a budget cycle where funds are tight and in a way that maybe they have not been for multiple biennia. So we're worried about that. We really have had a conversation even before the recruitment started for the OWEB director with staff that I attended to just say that we understand some of the challenges that the agency's program administration faces because of this layering of one-time funded programs on top of the lottery-based core functions of the agency. Related to that is also reviewing and streamlining the administration of grant programs and really asking for staff and Sarah to dig into reviewing and consolidating and streamlining application processes wherever that's possible, to make sure that they're as accessible as possible to the communities of interest and maybe more cost effective. There's some layers to that conversation that Sarah can talk to you about later, but that's a high level articulation of what we're seeing as an increasingly siloed kind of administration as programs were layered that has caused some complications for applicants, understanding which programs are what and how to apply and what the criteria are, and also I think frankly for staff and you all perhaps to be responsible for administering with the resources that the legislature is giving you. And the last piece is really taking a good look at the requirements we have on both the front end and the back end of our land acquisition processes, and kind of coming back to us with a clarity about how we can make that land acquisition process as accessible as possible while retaining kind of the accountability piece. So that's been the charge to Sarah. Those 3 points are all interrelated. They all share a bottom line expectation, that OWEB needs to focus on making sure it can deliver on its core mission in a way that's financially sustainable and adequately staffed, and accessible and transparent to the core constituencies. So we're leaning into that. It's a relook after multiple biennia of performing at a really high level with high expectations for the small and mighty OWEB agency staff. But we think it's time, and this is a good space to do that. We really look at OWEB's core mission as being a grant-making entity that serves local projects and local partnerships that benefit watershed health, water quality, fish and wildlife habitat, that strategically support community interests and landscape resilience. I mean, that's it as from the governor's office perspective, that's the function and role that makes OWEB really special. The trick here and the worry that I have, frankly, is that the funding to do that work has traditionally come from lottery money. But we have had this layering of other funds, general fund money, other sources of funds. And we certainly want to bring all those additional funding sources in to help us get to that same core mission, maybe with different flavors and different emphasis, working land, source protection, et cetera. But we have to figure out how to deliver those programs with the capacity to be implemented at a high level of customer service and with outcomes that are consistent with that core mission, that core agency mandate, and not be pulled gradually and incrementally off target of what the origin of this agency was constructed to serve for our natural resource cabinet. So I'll close here just by saying we're working with Sarah, and I know she's working with the staff at all levels to kind of refocus and align program staffing and look at some of the process complications and staffing constraints that have become embedded over time. And to really think hard about these incrementally funded programs that have been layered on top of the foundational pillars of the agency. And again, I can't emphasize it enough. The budget outlook for the state is not robust. We will have a different ways and means conversation in the upcoming legislation than we have had for the last 2 biennia at least, with federal funds being scaled back and increased expenditure for delivery of services that remain. So it's imperative that Sarah has that space to really focus on how to deliver that core piece of the mission and continue to do it effectively. I'm going to stop there, and I would love to talk about whatever you want to talk about for whatever time is left.
Thank you, Jeff. Are there any questions for Jeff? Mark, I see your hand up.
Hi, Mark. I think I owe you a phone call on an EQC matter, probably. You're on mute, but
I said you do, but no worries. So I don't know that this is the right way to frame this, Jeff, and I am new to the board, but as I listen to you, and I don't appreciate or fully understand the larger context, I hear you saying something that like OWEB is essentially doing something wrong or not doing something right. And I don't know that you're saying that, but could you just address that? And what I would be interested in is, does OWEB have the latitude to change in the ways that you're asking OWEB to change? So
I'm really glad you asked that question, because if maybe it's the haze of this cold, I'm putting emphasis where I shouldn't be quite so firmly. No, OWEB is not doing anything wrong, Mark. OWEB actually is doing a whole lot that's right, and actually is doing so much that's right, and delivering program expectations that have come to the agency layered on top of its Measure 66 core functions so well that the legislature has continued and stakeholders have been comfortable giving OWEB more. And that builds over time, and it creates stress fractures unless the funding structure and the staffing structure comes along with those program expectations. And so I'm not worried about OWEB having been off course in the way it's administering its programs. I think the staff has done an amazing job. What I'm worried about is increased expectations without the resources to follow, one. And two, a dilution of the core function and mission of the agency as it was set out in 1999 based on the lottery funds from Measure 66, Measure $76.
is it, okay, thanks. I think that's what I thought you were saying. So short additional funding to take care of the additional responsibilities layered over OWEB's core responsibilities over time. Does OWEB have the latitude to, what latitude does OWEB have to change that situation? Again, just for my information, new to the board, can OWEB actually say we're not going to do some of these things because we don't have the money? So
that's a budget discussion in the legislative session, but I think the priority number one is to really examine the structure of the existing program delivery to see if there's a way to create, and Sarah can talk to you more about this, but to see if there's a way to create a consolidated approach for applications or processing or grant making that allows programs to come and go without needing to add a siloed staffing for each program that comes, or face the consolidation of staff or the reduction of staff if funding for a program isn't renewed. And
okay, thanks.
I think there's work there on that piece that Sarah's thinking hard about with staff.
Thank you.
All right, so we're doing a time check. We got about 5 more minutes. And Kelly, I think I might have to defer to you to the room, just because I know my fellow board members and they probably, lots of them have questions.
Yes, Barbara, without being here, you saw it already. Yeah, I will take over for the questions in the room. I think I had Bruce first.
Thanks, Jeff. I read with great interest the governor's letter, and the first issue directed at staff is pretty much outside of board issues. The second two concern me. You use terms like, the governor used terms like streamline, described acquisitions as detailed and onerous. One of the concerns I've always had as a board member has been fiduciary responsibility. And how we're doing, how we handle the money. And we heard recently that in some cases, OWEB is considered a funder of last resort. And because of the detail and of our application process. I don't know how much leeway the board has on making it simpler or reducing the detail of our loan, of our granting process. Where do we go to get answers like that?
I think that, again, this is Sarah's and her staff's core competency, if you will. And I believe that Sarah might even already be thinking about a process for getting some 360 review and discussion among your customers about what's working, what isn't, what could be streamlined without. And then the question is, as you put it, how do you create a very efficient application, efficient, accessible, and transparent application and review and grant making process while retaining accountability for funds expended? And that's always the trick at OWEB. I think that's something that is for staff to kind of develop and bring up for the board to discuss, and you all have great perspective that you can offer to that, but it's not necessarily something that has to be board generated as much as guided by. That's my 2 cents, Bruce. I'm sure that some of you may have a different impression or a different approach, and we're certainly open to a lot of flexibility of how it gets done, but we're also seeing and hearing enough that it seems appropriate that this one of these founding pillars of the lottery dollars that we've been blessed with is land acquisitions and land acquisitions that accomplish an effective policy goal as established in the statutes that guide OWEB. And we want to make sure that our administrative processes are just as customer friendly as they can be while not sacrificing that fiscal integrity that you're worried about.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thanks. I thought, Jamie, did you have a question? Okay, and then.
Hi, thanks, Jeff. It's Jamie McLeod-Skinner, a member at large from Central Oregon. Just want to thank you and the governor for your leadership on stewardship, on our statewide resources, and really appreciate the governor's direction in her letter. There are actually points that our board has discussed in past meetings, so really appreciate her direction on that. The recognition of need to support staff capacity, that's a really big one. We're proud of our staff support, but appreciate that reminder. You talked about OWEB's unique role in the natural resource cabinet in a sense. And just today in our report outs, many of, especially the federal agencies, were talking about resources that, potential investments in OWEB. One of the things that has been a discussion in past meetings is with multiple state agencies talking about either direct natural resource stewardship or roles that impact our natural resources, who and how takes the lead on identifying priorities statewide. And it seems, it's been my impression that OWEB has played that role in the past with the pressures on and the reduced staffing as we're thinking about recommendations on investment and even our strategic plan that's upcoming. Just interested in your thoughts and the governor's perspective on how OWEB best invests our resources, our funds, and the time and energy to make sure we're fulfilling the role, our stewardship role, and whether it's OWEB taking a lead statewide in helping with guidance on overall vision, or if that's something that you're doing with the governor's direction, or who holds that kind of central role statewide for providing that direction?
Thanks, Jamie. As usual, that's a very thoughtful, deep policy question. we spend, in spite of the fact that we don't have a Department of Natural Resources with a singular head that's responsible with divisions of forestry or environmental quality or watershed health, we spend a lot of time with the directors of all of the agencies, the natural resource agencies, sitting around a table monthly, at least twice a monthly, having discussions about how to knit together an overarching thematic approach to driving policy in a way that's addressing significant concerns. And then I think we do talk about the role that different agencies can have in that. If you haven't had the conversation already, it's there to be had about the thematic discussion we're having right now is really around resiliency and how we can functionally support having working in natural landscapes that are more resilient to the changes that are occurring as a result of climate and impacts in Oregon, and community resiliency as well. And we're beginning to link those in the governor's office, talking about landscape and community resilience in the face of climate change and where the investments need to be. What do we need to be doing 10 years from now that we're not doing today? And what can we stop doing or do less of today because it's historically what's been important? A great example of this that Mark Labhart can probably talk to you all about is really looking at fish passage barriers. And if there's no cold water refugia upstream from a fish passage barrier, should that be a prioritization for funding for removal? We didn't used to talk about that when I was running OWEB in the early 2000s. Habitat was habitat, and we were trying to restore as much as we could. We are now in a place where we're having to distinguish some things that we have to let go in order to have the most bang for the buck that is invested. And I think that in an ideal world, we would have, as your federal board agency board members bring to the table, also your state natural resource board members can bring to the table the conversations they're having at Fish and Wildlife Commission and their strategic plan, or the EQC, or the Board of Forestry, about some of these tenets of resiliency and building more resilient communities and landscapes. And that is an ongoing, very deep conversation that our agency directors are having, and that we're actually using as a lens for some of the budget choices that the governor may be forced to make on when we can't fund everything. I don't know if that gets to your question. I think OWEB is a great space for that conversation. It's harder for OWEB to move that needle directly with a different agency when you've got one member of their board sitting at the table and no direct jurisdiction or oversight of those agencies. But that is part of why the governor is really clearly beginning to try and set some expectations across the cabinet with the directors.
Thanks. Okay. I see Liza Jane has her hand raised, and then I think we have one more board comment in the room.
Thank you, Kelly. Jeff, thank you for coming to visit with us about this. It's always good to see you. I was actually going to look you up, and now you're here. So I want to run something past you.
Uh-oh. Okay.
I know. No, I also sit on the OCRF, Oregon Conservation Recreation Fund. So two groups that grant money.
Yes.
And in that group, we started to talk about this idea, and I run this past Sarah, and now you're here, and I want to run this past you. And maybe it's already happening and I'm not aware, but what would you think about gathering together the leaders of agencies that grant monies? And the purpose of that would be to learn from each other, all the how, the why, the where, the who's. I think that's missing. Just understanding of how we all operate and who we serve, and be clear about that. And look for redundancy potentially, becoming much more efficient for those who are trying to apply for these funds. As an example, Jeff, in the OCRF and OWEB, we always have these incredible projects that have been vetted and reviewed, and it'd be awesome, and they fall below the line.
Yep.
That we can fund. And in OCRF, we have private foundations with similar values that they'll be able to look at those and pick them up and fund them. And I think there may be opportunity through information sharing to do more of that in between agencies or in between private funders as well. But we don't have the information. OWEB tried to meet consecutively with ODF and W in the same location, and our agendas were so full we could never pull that off. And that was been tried a couple times, and I think the governor's office and you would be a perfect person to try and host something like that. You spoke about this cabinet. I don't know who's on that, and I'm glad that's happening, but this would be a little bit wider web of only leadership so that they could learn more about each other. What do you think about that?
The intention and the spirit of that is right. I mean, we want to make sure that we have as much interlocking funding mechanisms that are accessible for grantees or local partnerships as possible. I think that the structure that we have, I mean, for example, OCRF is a functional functionally is under the umbrella of the Fish and Wildlife Department and responsible to the director of the Fish and Wildlife Department with a very specific expectation of the kinds of funds that you would have over time to invest. And so I think this is one of those things that I'll invite Sarah to speak with the director of Fish and Wildlife Department and probably the state forester who has the forestry equivalent with federal funds coming in, some of our agencies. And if agency directors pull that together, that's great. I think that it is no problem with something like that being on the to-do list. But I also think that we have to recognize some of the structural constraints that are around, like OCRF, which has a particular legislated function and purpose and is sitting under the umbrella of an agency, as distinguished to an agency like OWEB or Fish and Wildlife Commission, Department of Forestry, and what they have to do in order to administer their programs. So that's not a great answer through the haze of this cold, but I understand what you're trying to get at. And I think in the past, OWEB has done some work to try and knit together directions or a compendium of different grant-making entities and their opportunities and focus. I don't know if that still exists out there or not. One thing I do want to make sure everybody in this audience hears is that the governor's office did, with the legislature's interest and support in the 24 session, create a clearinghouse for federal funding, federal grant opportunities, and federal funds for soft programs, not infrastructure, but our natural resource programs, and is actively working, has a clearinghouse that's been established. I think 1,000 people are now followers of that clearinghouse, where on a weekly basis, we have somebody that scours all federal funding opportunities that might be applicable for state, local government, tribes, partnerships, that with deadlines and information about those grant opportunities. So if you all aren't aware of that, we'll make sure that before your meeting ends, that's been shared with the board.
Thank you,
That's
Jeff.
where
Thanks
we've
for
been focusing.
Thank you.
Thanks. We had one more comment in the room here, Russ.
Jeff. Hi, thank you for your time today and comments. And the focus of the letter, I think, is really important, and the timing is just right. I come at it with a belief that we have very high-performing staff we have the fortune of rock-solid retention of that staff and doing everything we can to keep them with the program and allowing them to grow and being compensated effectively is really critical. At the same time, I really appreciate the challenge of trying to find efficiencies, and with recommendations of efficiency may require follow-up legislative recommendation. And I'm hopeful that if, in fact, we do come up with recommendations, we would have the support of the governor's office as we go to the legislature for efficiency improvements of the program.
Well, and thanks, Russ. You know, again, this is one of those places, and Sarah's probably going to be forwarding on some guidance that we're giving to all board and commission members and sub-entities that are citizen populated by appointments of citizen representatives, that when there's a legislative session in progress, agency directors are obliged to stay within the confines of the governor's recommended budget in anything that they are supporting, and particularly where legislative options policy packages have a budget implication. We kind of really try to speak with one voice around those. So we are encouraging you to speak as individuals as you wish and participate in the legislative process in whatever way you want to participate as individuals. The only thing we ask is that if you're doing that, that you do it being very clear you're not doing it as your capacity as a board appointee as an appointee to the OWEB board, for instance, or the Fish and Wildlife Commission or the EQC. And that way, when those kind of legislative approaches come up, Russ, our office can lean in with the agency, figure out how it fits not only with the goals that the governor's expressed in this letter, but also within the larger budget context that we've got to work with. You know, unlike the federal government, the Oregon budget has to be balanced. Legislative process can't approve a budget that isn't balanced at the end of the day, and that gets to be a real trick come late spring. Does that respond to you in the way you were needing a response? Okay.
Yeah. I think the recommendations we would probably would have a positive budgetary impact.
I've heard rumor of that.
All right, Kelly, is that it in the room?
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you very much for doing that. That was helpful for me. So Jeff, thanks so much for your time. Sarah, did you need to add anything in closing on this particular presentation?
Thanks, Jeff, and thanks, Barbara. I actually would, I think in the interest of making sure that we still get to our strategic plan conversation, I have just a couple of comments to share, and they're kind of bridging us from the expectations letter to strategic plan and conversations tomorrow. Linda, if you could start us with this, and Jeff, you're welcome to stick with us for this, or you're welcome to step off. I know there are a lot of demands on your time.
I have an 11 o'clock meeting that I'm going to go to a half hour late, but I am. They are used to that, but I thank you and you know, focus. I guess this is the moment where we've really got to drill in and focus. So I appreciate the time. I'm happy to come and visit with any of you anytime you want, and it's been a pleasure. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff.
Bye-bye.
And if you could skip forward to the one with the picture of the Capitol and the cherry blossoms. Linda made everything look right, and that makes actually the one after that. So I do have still some organizational updates to share. I'm just going to hold those until we have a couple extra minutes on the agenda to make sure we don't get too far behind here. I think that was a helpful and an important conversation. I have a couple of sort of bridging issues here that I hope will land us right on the next agenda item within the next minute or two. strategic plan conversation. So the three things that Jeff described and that were called out in the expectations memo, I really appreciate Bruce's kind of setup. Your brain was going about where mine did, which is, what's the board's role in all of this? Jeff just told you you're not my boss, which is, I sometimes forget because I used to run a nonprofit and I'm used to having that kind of role with the board. You do have a really important job with us. And so I think we will be bringing back a lot of questions to the board about sort of, as Jeff described, strategic direction, guidance, oversight, our, thinking about what these expectations mean for us, where we can push in those directions, the sort of barriers and the challenges, as Jeff indicated. And as Mark Webb kindly pointed out, not everything in there is particularly within our control. And that's the normal part of governance, right? We have to take responsibility for things that aren't actually within our control and figure out how to sort of massage and work with the situation. For each of those, I just wanted to flag a couple of questions that I think we'll be bringing to the board over our next couple of meetings, over our next couple of years, as staff are starting to sort of puzzle through these opportunities and challenges. Sustainable staffing structure. How does this tie to our strategic plan? How do we define our core mission? I think Jeff gave us some good parameters to work with there. Me personally, and I said this in my job interview, I don't think it's like lottery is our core mission and everything else is an add-on. Watershed enhancement, protection, restoration, water and land acquisition, that's our core mission. And we bring in lottery funds. Increasingly, we bring in federal funds. We bring in other general funds to support that. I think that makes the organization, as Jeff described, more resilient, more effective in achieving our mission. Finding those boundaries, if you go back and look at our constitutional language and our statute, they're built around what we can spend lottery dollars on. It's actually not particularly clear what the bounds are on what we can do and what we should do as an organization. I think our strategic plan really helps with that. And stepping from there to think about, when we enter a legislative session, what should we try to say no to? What should we say yes to? How do we express our need for sustainable staffing in a way that, is sort of resilient to this increased interest in OWEB as a grant funder for the natural resources enterprise? And how do we know when something actually falls outside of our core mandate? If that doesn't live particularly in our constitutional mandate or our statute, how do we sort of negotiate those boundaries in a way that allows us to respond in the moment in legislative session where we've got to be like, yeah, that sounds like us, or yeah, no, that doesn't sound like us at all. Please don't send us that. We don't think we're the right body. So how do we know what to try to say no to? On the grant program administration question, we really depend on the board and the opportunity for public comment to hear where our partners are finding barriers or complexity in our programs that are troubling, that are frustrating, that are problematic. And you guys have been good ambassadors, both listening in meetings and sort of bringing messages to us from partners through other channels. Where are there program differences that are important to keep? I bet if we just sat down and merged our, 21 or whatever programs into one, everybody would be really frustrated with us about 10 minutes afterwards. And so where are some places where there's some important distinctions to keep? Where there are places where streamlining really does make sense. Jeff described that as being a place where, we're going to do a lot of thinking internally as a staff. We have. This has been a continuous improvement effort to simplify applications and to, where we're able to combine funding streams and opportunities behind the scenes in a way that's more accessible to our grant partners. And we're being asked to continue to up that game, which is appropriate and fair. So helping us think through that, those are some of the questions and tensions we'll be bringing you in our next conversations. And with the specific example of land acquisition, Bruce, I'm going to compliment you twice in one conversation here. We landed ourselves with the same question, which is how do we simplify, streamline, remove barriers in a way that continues our oversight role? And as I talked about in our last meeting, those are two roles that are always in tension for us on OWEB staff. Being a good customer service provider, being a good grant maker, and being a good grant maker in terms of making sure we have an appropriate level of oversight and risk management. And that is a dance that we dance every day, and we continue to come back to the board, and we'll continue to come back with questions like, hey, if we simplify some of this stuff, if we simplify our agreements, if we simplify our due diligence process, what does that mean in terms of our overall risk management as an organization, as an agency, as a public funder? And what's the best way for us to balance that tension? We'll come to you with some pretty specific questions, I think, over the next year or so here to say, if we remove this, then this is, what could happen. And it's appropriate, I think, for the board to be thinking about our portfolio as a portfolio and not focus entirely on what's the risk associated with an individual project, whether it's restoration or acquisition, but there's a level of due diligence that's needed, and taking that sort of risk management lens to the portfolio level, what's the right amount of oversight that ensures we're making good investments, even if once in a while a project may go sideways, it may burn up. It may face other challenges, and thinking through that. And I think it's a place too where we'll go back to the governor's office obviously as well and say, here's our sort of risk management analysis of some changes that we might propose in the future. So that's where we're likely to be coming back to you as a board. I think there are a bunch of other examples under each of these questions, but they're questions that, on reading that letter, we started to talk about as an executive team and thought some of these questions would likely come up with the board as well. And then, Linda, if you could go to the next slide. Our next agenda item here will be a set of recommended edits to the strategic plan. I know we've heard some thoughts in public comment today. I want to remind folks that you came pretty close to approving this plan before I joined in April. We do have a governor's expectation that we have a refreshed strategic plan in place several months ago. And so we'll work on balancing that tension. We'll invite staff up for some of that conversation. Tomorrow, we are also going to have a conversation about committee structure, where I think we'll also have an opportunity to revisit some of the conversations about board role and engagement, and just thinking about, we're a long ways from the days in which, we were supposed to be the OWEB or GWEB super board that knit together the different natural resource agencies but didn't have any money at all. And our work has substantially changed since then through periods of program development and sort of other priorities. And I think it's kind of a new era for the board. So I just really want to encourage members to be thinking over the next 24 hours about what are our contributions as a board, how do we do that in committees in a way that supports the work of the full board, and how have you seen this work well in other boards? So just a little prompt to be thinking about that before our committee conversation tomorrow. As I'm describing this, I'm realizing I have one slide that everything else will feel out of sequence if I don't say something about rulemaking right now. So with apologies, I'm going to move back to rulemaking for just a minute, and then I'll call us up to strategic plan, because I don't get the microphone very often, and I'm trying to set up a lot of different future speakers from staff. We do have a lot of rulemaking on today's agenda, of one touch point or another. We have updates in this meeting from the Oregon Ag Heritage Program and the Focused Investment Partnerships. Rulemaking already underway. We'll request adoption of the small grants rules that we discussed in the last meeting in July. We're requesting the board initiate rulemaking on some really minor fixes, small word issues, but potentially important around engagement and monitoring. And then we have some pretty big ones coming around capacity grants and water acquisition. Linda, if you could go back one more. My slides are almost exact. No, sorry, forward one more. My slides are almost exactly in the wrong order. So as you're thinking about board engagement, I just want to drop this note before anybody comes up later in the day and talks about rulemaking. Do you guys remember that Diane from Department of Justice came and talked to us last time and shared some perspectives about stepping back from board decision criteria to thinking about the board's role in rulemaking? And we thought about that a lot in the intervening period. And because we have a lot of touch points for rulemaking this week, I just wanted to share a conversation that we've been having with the executive team about how to get some more robust board engagement and some more sort of front-loaded board engagement in the rulemaking processes that we do, because we have statute that requires us to sort of convene this rules advisory committee under certain terms and with certain membership. We have some hard sideboards sort of in the midst of the process and towards the end of the process. We also don't want to just come in and ask you guys to vote on something that's already baked. And so we've been thinking about like what's a structured way to do rulemaking that can help with early substantive board engagement around rulemaking to make sure that we don't surprise you when the time comes for the vote. So as we're talking about those rulemakings, just a model to consider for the future. I'm calling this bookends. That's why there's a crummy little book graphic, and Linda didn't get a chance to catch this. I sent it out before she saw it. It'll have nicer looking bookends in it next time you see it. Thinking about robust board engagement at the beginning and at the end of that process, and a couple of touch points in the middle, kind of depending on complexity of engagement. So our goal is going to be to come to you guys as we ask you to initiate new rulemaking, or even before that period, as we're kind of laying the foundations, to provide whatever 101 might be needed on the topic, to explain the intent of rulemaking, to connect to the strategic plan, to review our climate and equity lenses and policies and implications, our tribal policy as well. And our plan for outreach and engagement around rulemaking. We want to, for our more robust rulemakings, make that a pretty substantial conversation so that we get a chance to sort of kick it around and really have the board chew on it before we get to the point of convening a RAC and having those kind of more outward-facing conversations. Then depending on the size and complexity, like I said, we'll aim for 1 or 2 or more checkpoints sort of midstream. Here's what you talked about last time. Here's where we're at today. Here's where we're headed. And then our goal is that by the time we bring something to you for sort of consideration, deliberation, pre-vote, that you find yourselves in more of an oversight and accountability role. It's not new to you. We've already said what we're going to do and worked on that together. And then at the end, we can ask you and you can ask us, did we do what we said we were going to do here? Did we connect with who we said we were going to connect with and take their input seriously? Have we been following our own mission, vision, values, priorities, strategic plans and policies? Are we managing risk appropriately? Are we communicating well? And so I think that like overarching, now I want to say arch, that narrative arc, I guess, from like help us set some appropriate kind of strategic direction and give us guidance on that, to just checking in at the end to see whether we did what we said we were going to do and sort of followed all our own sideboards. We're going to really try to make that more structured and apparent so that when we land at the point where we're asking you guys to do a vote, you don't feel like you're stuck between a rock and a hard place and all of a sudden new ideas are occurring to you, or you have a question from fairly early in the process and you find yourself with a time-sensitive need to vote because we need to get then to the next step of the process going. So that's my little sidebar. I apologize for inserting that out of order. I was so close to gracefully transitioning us to strategic plan. Eric, I'm sorry. But the other Eric wanted me to say this, I promise you that. And we have competing Eric priorities. Do folks, before we dive into strategic plan, any questions or concerns? I think a lot of this will come up with our discussion the next couple days. But if there's a strong concern here before we dive into strategic plan consideration, please do let us know. Can we swing with it and try it out? All right. That was a very strange director's report. Thanks, co-chairs, for your guidance and tolerance there.
Sarah, I have a proposal.
Good.
I would propose that we swap 2 agenda items to try to save up some time.
Project development grants, so she can do it in 15 and switch and do strategic plans. So we have
Okay.
for that, because then we'll just be lunch with the tribal project development grant, because this is a hard stop period. We have to start at 12:40.
Okay, so Barbara, what we're contemplating here, you're okay? Did you catch enough of that, or are you just giving us the thumbs up? So we would move now to, and that's like the last of the remnant of me trying to make a graceful transition of just strategic plans, because it's just not going to happen before lunch.
Right.
We can take agenda item H, it sounds like. Go ahead, Kelly, that
Yes.
sounds good to me.
Yep. Okay, so we're gonna switch up agenda items H and E, so we have the full 30 minutes for the strategic plan update. So we're gonna have Courtney come up and talk about the tribal project development grants and the spending plan addition. So moving on to item H, and then Courtney will do that, and then we will break and grab lunch. Okay.
And then we'll come back to intensively monitored watershed and then strategic.
Yes. Thank you.
Thanks for the flexibility, guys.
For the record, Courtney Schaff, the Monitoring and Reporting Program Manager. This is Agenda Item H. It's on page 97 of the ebook. So I want to start by saying, don't anyone think that we are shortchanging our tribal project development grants by doing it quickly. There has been a significant amount of outreach leading up to this board discussion today. Ken and I presented at both the board DEI committee meetings as well as the grants committee. Ken and I had 4 outreach webinars that was able to engage 7 different tribes of the 10 tribes we were outreaching to. And those tribes that didn't attend webinars, Ken has been able to connect with them offline. So, so we've done a lot of prep in preparing for this conversation today. There's a couple quick background slides that if Ken were here, he would give. Ken has the opportunity to do the PSU Executive Seminar Program this week, so he will be popping in for the IMW conversations, but otherwise, as his manager, I have told him to go immerse himself in the executive seminar experience. So just a little bit of background. A few years ago, actually pre-COVID, OWEB embarked on an effort to look at what barriers there were to tribes engaging in OWEB grant programs. It ended up being just an amazing report done by a third party that was presented back to OWEB, and just they did interviews as well as looking at OWEB data to just dive into what are the barriers of tribes engaging in OWEB's grant programs. Several key themes emerged from that assessment, and really the key ones to point out on this slide that directly link to our tribal project development grants is, first, each tribe is really selective about the sources of funding and types of funding they pursue at OWEB. Sometimes it's better for them to partner with an entity than to be the direct applicant themselves. And some funding sources just align better with tribal priorities. And just to understand a little bit deeper tribal perspectives through this process was really helpful. The other one is that time, effort, and organizational capacity are needed to apply for OWEB grants. We've heard that across the board from OWEB's partners, and we also heard it really clearly from our tribal partners throughout this process. So as a result of the report, several barriers and recommendations came out, and this is just a subset of those, but these are really the ones that have informed our pursuit and then development of the tribal project development grants. And the one highlighted at the bottom there is make a portion of grant funds available specifically for tribes, and that is what we are doing through this grant opportunity. So as Ken and I have touched on several times, the funding source for this program opportunity is mostly from Pacific Coastal Salmon Recovery Funds, and specifically the bipartisan infrastructure law funding that was added to the PCSRF grant opportunity this round. Specifically, the funding and then notice of funding opportunity called out tribal capacity and support for tribal programs was an eligible use of the bipartisan infrastructure law funding. So OWEB applied for and received, applied for $1 million of bill funding for this program, received $900,000, and are also then putting in $100,000 of lottery funds in order to round out $1 million available for tribes through this grant opportunity. The eligible applicants are the 9 Oregon federally recognized tribes plus the Nez Perce. And this is a targeted non-competitive grant opportunity where each tribe is eligible to apply for up to $100,000. This is the eligible expenses or eligible project types, and this came directly from working with NOAA and the Notice of Funding Opportunity. In addition, just highlighting tribal staff or contractors, it can be indirect costs, it can be permitting costs, cultural resources review, again, trying to make it really open-ended for tribes to set their own priorities and then just coming in and making sure it aligns with the PCSRF funding priorities. There are a few things that are ineligible, not a lot. So the previous slide talked about effectiveness monitoring as an eligible expense, but not the more landscape scale monitoring, and then not on-the-ground work, restoration or acquisitions. These are technical assistance grants, not actual implementation grants. So as I said, each tribe is eligible for up to $100,000. One of the things we learned through the outreach webinars was some tribes might choose to submit several applications because of how their tribal departments are set up. Some tribes will be coming in through their natural resources department. Some will be coming in through their cultural resources staff. Some of those will be coming in with combined applications, or they could submit 2 separate applications. Again, trying to meet tribes where they're at. 5% match requirement, and streamlined application process. So the application will launch next week. We have rolling application deadlines, recognizing some tribes are going to be ready right away to apply, others it's going to take longer. Our goal is to get all the funds into a grant agreement before we submit our next PCSRF application, because we intend on including this in our next round of application, our next application request again. We're doing an internal streamline review. The rules are our technical assistance, OWEB's technical assistance rules are kind of overarching, and so this grant program will align with that. And again, our review is just to ensure that the activities requested in the budget categories align with eligible expenses. Each tribe, we want them to set their own priorities about how they want to spend the funding. Ken Fetcha will be the project manager on these grants, and the grants can go through December 31st of 2028. So today, we're asking the board to delegate the funds to the director, to Sarah, and so that way we can quickly enter into grant agreements as applications come in, and we can complete that review process and get the funds out into the hands of the tribes as quickly as possible. Questions, comments, thoughts?
Lindsay?
Yeah, thank you for that great report. And just want to highlight OWEB's true commitment to working with their tribal partners, from having that third party kind of do the analysis and inventory, process the report back out, and then like put actions on the ground that like support what you heard and what we heard in that analysis, and like, you know, just hands off to OWEB for that. And I'd be happy to make a motion when the co-chair is ready.
Thanks, Lindsay. Mark?
So this is a what-if question, Courtney. So we're assuming that all 10 tribes would apply and we'd spend the whole $1 million. What happens if 10 tribes don't apply and we have money left over? Will we have an opportunity for another tribe to come back in after it closes and the money's allocated to say, well, we've still got 300,000 left, you can apply for another one? Or
Yep.
How's that going to work?
So for the record, Courtney Schaff. So what we would intend to do is, if we are unable to get all the funds into the hands of tribes, again, we have plenty of time to spend the funds. Our goal is to just get the grants out as quickly as possible. If we did a bunch of outreach and engagement and we've heard from some tribes or don't hear from them, we would probably hold on to the funds through the end of 2025. But if we aren't able to get them all into grant agreements, we'll come back to the board, probably start with the DEI or grants committee, do some brainstorming, and then come back to the board with a path forward. So we'll be engaging with the board in dialogue if we're not able to get all the funds out. But we do have a little bit of leeway. I just want to get the funds out to get them in the hands of the tribes. But we're not going to shut the door on any tribe any sooner than we would have to, because we will do every effort we can to engage with them.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. So I just want to say, Kelly Coates, for the record, that I am so excited about this grant opportunity. I want to echo what Lindsay said about the tribal assessment, actually listening and then putting that into practice. It's refreshing. And it's what true partnership really looks like. And I just want to thank Courtney and Ken and the whole OWEB staff and team on this one, because this is just, it's pretty awesome. For me personally, I think the first time I ever went to an OWEB board meeting, I was pregnant with my first daughter. So we're talking like 10 years ago, probably. And I asked for OWEB to create space for tribal-specific funding. I was asking at the time for lamprey funding specifically, but really, I know, I just, every time, guys, I'm going to bring it to every meeting. But, just asking for tribal-specific funding because we partner so much with other organizations in our watersheds to do the work, whether that's staff capacity or bringing in different funding sources. And we really don't want to have to compete with our partners all the time for funding. And the funding that tribes get specifically usually ends up with going out to our partners in some way, whether that's our staff working with them or funding that we get that we then obligate to another organization that's doing work. So it's just really looking at how we can make our dollars go further and make our partnerships go farther. And so I'm just so excited about this. And I also told Courtney this, I'm just going to keep bragging a little bit. I really like how thoughtful staff has been in putting together the notice of funding, the informational webinars, the process for the grant application, the streamlining of that process and making it less onerous, which was also something that we heard in the tribal assessment. And I can tell you, being grant funded for basically my entire career in some way, shape, or form, there are federal grant funds that are so onerous to apply for. There are state funds that are so onerous to apply for that really it boils down to, do we even have the staff capacity to spend this much time applying for a grant that we have maybe a 2% chance of getting, And so this is really saying, okay, we have specific money for the tribes. How do we get this to them in the most streamlined way possible, make it easy for everyone on both ends? And I just really appreciate how thoughtful this has been. So just thank you so much. And I'm going to get off my soapbox now. And I'm just going to ask if Jamie.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair, and apologies. I know we're getting to the motion, but your comments triggered something that I was thinking about. Is there, after this project, assuming we're going forward, is there an opportunity to do some learning afterwards and some reflection? Because we're talking about that, we heard about that from the governor's office. We're talking about customer service in general with all our grants. Will there be an opportunity to do that? And I know that's resource limited, but I think we could gain tremendous insights from this whole process.
Great question, Jamie, and especially since we're hoping to continue to offer this grant opportunity, I really hope there is an opportunity to circle back, find out with the tribes that did apply, if we have any that don't, what were the barriers to applying, what worked well, and we've heard some concerns as we were doing the outreach from some of the tribes and how they may apply. So I think we need to do that if we're going to continue to offer this, and we'll definitely build that in and report back.
Great question. Any other questions? All right, Lindsay, you're up.
Thank you. For the record, Lindsay McClary. So yeah, just one quick follow-up comment. I just really do appreciate the comments that Kelly mentioned, and it does really feel like the grant offering is recognizing the sovereignty of all nations and just has that flexibility with the rolling timeline and what it can be used for. So yeah, just super appreciate that. So with that, I would like to move the board award $1 million from the Tribal Project Development line item in the 2023-2025 spending plan and delegate to the Executive Director the authority to distribute the funds through the appropriate agreements with an award date of October 22nd, 2024.
Second.
Okay. I'm gonna go Mark. He was closer. Mark seconded. Jamie was a close third. Okay, any more discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you all so much. Great job, Courtney.
Now you can have lunch.
Now, well, we can eat now, guys. Okay, so is lunch here?
Lunch is here.
Okay. Lunch is here. Let's go ahead and take a break. We have a hard start again at 12:40. Do you
We're
want
going
to
to need to
do?
reconvene at 12:40 on
Do you
time,
want to do
right?
any more director?
Yes.
Working lunch with them, or do you feel good?
I'll bring it around. Let's just let folks go until 12:40.
Okay. Back here at 12:40.
Casey or Linda, can you guys hear me? I just want to check my audio real quick.
Barbara can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much, Barbara. I appreciate
You're
that.
welcome.
Hello. Sorry I'm not there in person.
Guess what? Neither am I.
That's what I figured. Yeah, you're not enjoying lunch right now with everybody.
No, I'm not. I'm at home. I'm gonna head south after this meeting.
Okay, cool.
Can people hear me in the room?
I can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, everybody. I hope you found your way to your seats so we can begin our next agenda item, please.
And there's still long-term implementation.
Are these on?
So
Okay, everybody, it's 12:40. Let's get back to our seats and we'll get going here.
Thank you.
Barbara, I'm gonna let you take it from here, but I just wanted to try to get everybody gathered up for you. So.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome, thank you. All right, I hope you had a good lunch. We are now on agenda item F.
What do I do?
And we have Kevin, who's going to be talking to us about the IMW 2024 summary report, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. For the record, Courtney Schaff, the OWEB's Monitoring and Reporting Program Manager, and I'm really excited to introduce this agenda item. This is agenda item F, as Barbara said. It's on page 78 of your ebook. And this is the summary report of the Middle Fork John Day River Intensely Monitored Watershed. With me actually talking about actual content today is Ken Fetcho, OWEB's Effectiveness Monitoring Coordinator, Casey Blessinger from ODF&W. I think I saw Ian on from ODF&W when I saw pictures quickly, and then Lauren Osborne from the Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs. OWEB's been involved in this effort for a long time, and to put it in context, I actually helped write the original monitoring plan when my 16-year-old daughter was newly born. So it's been around for a while. We've been working on it and investing in it for quite a while. And this effort touches many of OWEB's local partners, including the Forest Service, NOAA, local watershed councils, soil and water conservation districts, and of course, tribes. So I am going to pass it off to Ken to get us started. And thanks, Ken, for taking a break from your busy week.
Yeah, thanks. Can you guys hear me okay?
Thumbs up.
Co-chairs, members of the board. My name is Ken Fetcho. I'm OWEB's Effectiveness Monitoring Coordinator. And as Courtney said, we're joined by many of our partners that really perform a lot of the monitoring in the IMW. And so today, first, we're going to have Casey kick it off, pass it back to me. I'll pass it to Lauren, and then Ian will conclude with some final statements before we open it up for questions and comments from the board. So with that, I'll just turn it over to Casey. If you could introduce yourself, and then we'll go from there. Thank you.
Thanks, Ken. Hi, everybody. My name is Casey Bleasner. I work for the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, and along with Ken, I co-coordinate the Middle Fork John Day River Intensively Monitored Watershed. So the Middle Fork John Day River IMW is part of a network of long-term, large-scale effectiveness monitoring projects called IMWs that are across the Pacific Northwest. The Middle Fork in particular is located within the John Day Basin and is a tributary to the North Fork John Day. And there are no dams and no hatcheries in the John Day Basin. The particular IMW area is located in the upper Middle Fork John Day Basin, which is outlined in brown on the map. And it was established in 2008 by a working group, and base funding comes through NOAA and PSMFC and coordinated through OWEB. Recent land use history of the Middle Fork includes ranching, cattle grazing, timber harvest, and dredge mining. And currently the IMW is publicly owned, primarily U.S. Forest Service, which you see in green, and by the Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs Reservation of Oregon, which owns conservation areas. And then there's another area currently owned by the Blue Mountain Land Trust, which is that kind of purple area there by Bates. Focal species in this IMW are spring Chinook salmon and threatened summer steelhead. The IMW is a collaborative partnership and includes multiple agencies, NGOs, and 2 tribal entities. And the goals of the Middle Fork IMW are to evaluate how specific restoration actions impact in-stream habitat, water temperature, and some allotted metrics at a watershed, sub-watershed, and reach scale, and document and share recommendations and lessons learned in order to help resource managers within the IMW and the Pacific Northwest implement restoration with greater confidence and employ effectiveness monitoring that is prioritized and directed for maximum value. Next slide. So within this IMW framework and to meet the goals of recovering the watershed, we need to understand and address these limiting factors. So past models identified habitat diversity, temperature, summer rearing habitat quantity, and discharge as limiting factors for our focal species. And so these three pictures show different locations within the Middle Fork area demonstrating conditions that have or are contributing to these limiting factors. And the infographic on the right shows the interplay with limiting factors and demonstrates a hierarchy. It isn't necessarily a quantitative ranking, but a concept to guide action into addressing the most important limiting factors first, and then address other limiting factors once the primary one, which in our case is temperature, is controlled. The down arrow indicates that hierarchical nature of limiting factors. So changing habitat diversity will have limited effectiveness if stream temperature remains too high. And the curved arrows indicate the interplay between factors. We recognize that this system is much different than historic, and massive structural changes or treatments to restore ecological processes may be needed in some reaches to effectively deal with stream temperature. Next slide. So how are we addressing limiting factors? Through extensive restoration, which has occurred in the IMW area over the last 15 to 20 years. And so as restoration practitioners have continued to learn and adapt methods to better address limiting factors, restoration strategies have also shifted within the last 5 years. So we started documenting restoration inventory in 2008 and continued every year through recent years. So from 2008 through 2016, restoration actions primarily included channel reconfiguration and fish passage improvements. In the more recent 5 years, that 2017 to 23 time period, restoration projects have focused on in-stream habitat improvements, such as large wood placement, floodplain reconnection, tributary reconnection, and a focus and prioritized riparian planting and fencing plan. So while restoration has been widespread across the upper Middle Fork watershed in the main stem and tributaries, we really have only treated about 17% of the steelhead distribution within this watershed. And so more work will be needed to accomplish, will need to be accomplished in order to see this detectable response that we're hoping for. And so you can see the yellow arrows are pointing out a few areas of intensive restoration. And so on the next slide, I'll talk a little bit more about those areas of intensive restoration. So the Confederated Tribes of the Warren Springs owns and manages 3 distinct conservation areas representing thousands of acres and miles of the main stem, and that have provided ample opportunity to design and implement restoration actions to address limiting factors. And so these former cattle ranches were acquired with federal and state funding and have been key to providing restoration opportunities. So you can see the Dunstan, Oxbow, and Forest conservation areas. The Oxbow in particular has undergone multiple phases as restoration partners learn and adapt to new techniques and gain insight into the actions needed to address limiting factors. And so partners have built off what they learned over these multiple iterations in the Oxbow, and then now are applying those lessons learned to take a more valley-wide approach to restoring processes in the forest conservation area in a recent Vincent to Vinegar project. And then another important area is this Camp Creek watershed, which the U.S. Forest Service developed a long-term restoration plan with input from partners like the North Fork John Day Watershed Council, and have actively worked over the last 20 years to implement restoration actions across this very important tributary, including, the restoration you see in that bottom right picture. And so to evaluate these restoration actions, IMW partners have implemented widespread and intensive monitoring projects and recently completed a 2024 summary report, which included 8 research chapters, a section on adaptive management and lessons learned. And so to start off, I'll present you with a few key findings from our most recent report, and these are organized in themes. And then I'll pass the presentation off to Ken and Lauren, and they will talk about adaptive management and lessons learned within the IMW. So next slide. Key findings. So as I said, our primary limiting factor is water temperature. So we'll start off with that theme. So, restoration effectiveness will be maximized when information on the impact of temperature at the reach scale is incorporated into a restoration prioritization framework. And so, what we've seen is water temperatures have remained relatively stable during a period of increasing average air temperature and decreasing annual stream flow. And across all water temperature metrics, approximately 10% of the sites demonstrated a decreasing trend in water temperature, and almost half of those sites were located in restoration reaches. On the fish side, focused part of smolt survival monitoring identified where high water temperatures negatively impact juvenile Chinook salmon survival. And we saw that Chinook salmon par originating in sections with high water temperatures dispersed to cooler mainstem or tributary reaches when this was measured during the heat dome in 2021. Next slide, please. So, looking at mechanistic understandings of restoration actions, what our research partners found were that positive habitat responses were greater in some reaches where both passive and active restoration approaches were implemented. And a combination of active and passive restoration, along with shifts in species composition within those riparian planting or within the plant species, all contributed to enhanced habitat complexity. Intensive installment of plants in riparian areas did not guarantee revegetation success. And some of the restoration practices aimed at raising groundwater elevation showed mixed results across large-scale floodplain restoration project. Next slide, please. Something else that has been measured through the IMW is macroinvertebrate communities. And so for this last report, the North Fork John Day Watershed Council worked with a consultant to, analyze some of the findings from this. So what they found was that there's no consistent relationship between restoration intensity and macroinvertebrate community response, suggesting that ecological conditions have remained largely unchanged in the IMW over the 2010 to 22 monitoring period. But we are seeing some glimmers of hope and some responses to restoration, such as, some of these bullets up here. So benthic results suggested that the Middle Fork supports more diverse assemblages compared to the South Fork. And benthic and drift results indicated positive post-restoration changes in ecological conditions at one site where both active and passive restoration treatments occurred. Next slide, please. So for the focal species, steelhead and Chinook salmon, what we found was that productivity in the Middle Fork has not increased since 2008, nor decreased over the past 5 years, whereas our reference watershed, the South Fork John Day River, has seen a decline. This stable trend potentially indicates either a positive response to improved habitat conditions or inherently more climate resilient conditions for steelhead rearing in the Middle Fork than in the South Fork. But steelhead recovery is hindered by density dependence at the juvenile life stage, and this is likely due to temperature limited rearing habitat. For Chinook, abundance and productivity have not significantly increased since the inception of the IMW. Adults have redistributed spawning activity to restored reaches along the main stem. This result indicates that further restoration may create desirable spawning locations for Chinook salmon and may create population resilience by distributing spawning locations across the watershed. But elevated stream temperature conditions must be improved before we expect to see any response to restoration actions targeted to reduce density dependence through increased habitat quality. So next, I'm going to hand this off to Ken, and he'll describe how we've incorporated an adaptive management framework into the IMW.
Yeah, Thank you so much, Casey. So again, for the record, my name is Ken Fetcho, and I'm OWEB's monitoring coordinator. So as Casey mentioned, I work closely with her to help co-coordinate the IMW. And my main role is to help administer the funding that we receive from the federal government and provide it to the North Fork John Day Watershed Council, the Confederate Tribes of Warm Springs, and Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, who performs the priority monitoring in the IMW area. In addition, I participated in the core team that helped develop and complete the 2024 IMW summary report. And as Casey mentioned, this report includes a chapter on adaptive management. And we included 6 examples to demonstrate how adaptive management was applied to improve planning, monitoring, and restoration efforts in the upper Middle Fork John Day River. And so today I'll be sharing with you 3 of those examples. And so the first one example is adaptations and planning to improve water temperature monitoring coordination. And so prior to 2018, there was an uncoordinated approach to water temperature monitoring across 4 different organizations. The 4 organizations that were performing continuous water temperature monitoring included the Malheur National Forest, the Confederate Tribes of Warm Springs, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, and the North Fork John Day Watershed Council. And so some of the lessons learned that emerged from the 10-year summary report that was completed in 2017 was that data was collected without linking it to a specific restoration question. And due to staff turnover, there was just a lack of documentation to describe why certain sites were selected. And there was just a lack of communication across the 4 organizations collecting water temperature in the IMW study area, and that dedicated data storage system and data manager was needed. And so some of the adaptations that have been implemented is that in 2018, the partners came together to form a water temperature monitoring subgroup to hopefully implement these lessons learned. And the partners came together to basically develop a more unified water temperature monitoring strategy, to establish a common monitoring protocol and data processing approach. This strategy also helped the partners agree upon the monitoring network and establish monitoring goals for each site. And then finally, a water temperature database and software was purchased, is managed by the North Fork John Day Watershed Council. And that enables them to really help analyze the data more seamlessly. And also this data is submitted annually to DEQ, so it's available to the state and to others more broadly. Next slide, please. The other example I'd like to share with you to improve monitoring is related to fish movement monitoring. And so despite documenting increased spawning habitat capacity, we did not observe a watershed scale fish population response to restoration efforts within the first 10 years of monitoring. And so with restoration implemented at that reach scale, we were realizing that monitoring needs to also occur at matching reach scales where changes can be detected. And so detecting initial and often subtle changes in fish productivity requires monitoring at a finer scale. And so ODFNW and working with the Confederate Tribes of Warm Springs and other partners began to increase fish monitoring efforts to measure juvenile Chinook salmon and steelhead growth and survival, along with habitat quality variables across the main stem Middle Fork John Day River. Next, these productivity metrics were linked to habitat conditions and water temperatures to identify where future restoration can occur, but also how were fish survival and growth different in areas that had already been restored. And you'll see some products later when Ian talks on how we're trying to identify where future restorations should occur. The next slide, please. And so the last example I'll leave you with before I turn it over to Lauren is an example of adaptive management and restoration at the Oxbow Conservation Area. And so after 5 phases of restoration were implemented from 2011 to 2016, ongoing observations and monitoring identified areas that were underperforming. And so some of the lessons learned included additional large wood placements needed to supplement wood lost or not included in previous phases. Other areas needed additional grading to lower a terrace to improve floodplain inundation and increase site channel habitat for juvenile rearing fish. And that also additional planting is needed due to the low survival of installed plants in the mine tailings area. And so beginning next year, additional phases of restoration are going to be performed to improve habitat conditions, increase floodplain inundation, and improve riparian vegetation. And so with that, you can advance to the next slide, and I'll turn it over to Lauren. Thank you.
Thanks, Ken. Hey, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Lauren Osborne, and I work for the Confederated Tribes of Warm Springs as the lead habitat monitoring biologist out of our John Day Basin office. So Ken just covered how we've adapted planning, monitoring, and restoration since the 10-year summary report. And with the next few slides, I'll discuss some of the new themes and lessons learned and recommendations from the 15-year summary report. In this report, you can find 65 new lessons learned and recommendations that were compiled from each of the Middle Fork IMW partner projects. We paired lessons learned with accompanying recommendations based on the individual reports included and from discussions with restoration practitioners and partners involved in monitoring within the IMW. So some themes around planning that emerged are that there is a need for more communication between the folks that are conducting the research and monitoring with the restoration planners. There also needs to be more clear and direct recommendations for restoration planning, permitting, and communicating with partners. There is a need to pursue time and money for further analysis and publication of these results. And there is also a need for developing and maintaining an archive of IMW-related publications and to invest in long-term stable funding. And then finally, we need to implement outreach and demonstration to out-of-basin practitioners on our findings and lessons learned and recommendations. Next slide. Now, some themes around monitoring include the need for studies that produce actionable results for restoration practitioners, to expand monitoring into the tributaries, to expand and bolster monitoring to other components that influence habitat suitability for fish, such as hydrological and temperature monitoring, to conduct physical habitat monitoring and assessments, especially at the watershed scale, and then the need to use different tools, including drones, to assess restoration effectiveness. Next slide. Lastly, some themes around restoration include some tips for riparian planting success, ideas on where to focus restoration based on monitoring efforts that reveal different life stage needs, and what types of restoration actions can be performed. It was also highlighted that there is a need for adaptive management after implementation, that resources and time should be allocated to this, and that funders should recognize that the need for adaptive management doesn't mean that the project failed, but that adequate monitoring is occurring to ensure project success. And then the final theme around restoration was that we may need to consider other mechanisms for improving stream temperatures. And this could be something such as reconnecting the channel flow with groundwater inputs instead of solely relying on stream shading, which can be a longer process. So with that quick overview, I'm going to pass it over to Ian to wrap up the rest of the talk. Thank you.
Thanks, Lauren, Ken, and Casey. Good afternoon. For the record, I'm Ian Tatum. I'm the acting program manager with Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife East Region Fish Research. And I'm going to try to walk you through one example of an actionable data product here that our folks have worked on. So this is the Middle Fork John Day here, flowing from the bottom right of your screen to the top left. And what we've done here is color code the main stem of the Middle Fork John Day as either red, orange, or yellow. where red indicates that temperature is the primary limiting factor, orange indicates that both temperature and density are co-limiting factors, and then yellow indicates that density of juvenile salmonids alone is the primary limiting factor. And so what this map provides is sort of a way to loop back to the hierarchy that Casey mentioned at the beginning and focus our restoration actions and investments in a manner that's most likely to be effective. So we don't want to go in and do physical habitat actions in the red area because temperature is the limiting factor there. But if we do go in and do physical habitat actions to create and improve in-stream habitat in the yellow area, the Oxbow conservation area, that can benefit the population because temperature is not a limiting factor at that reach. Next slide, please. So overall, our conclusion to try to tie together what Casey, Ken, and Lauren talked about is that despite worsening global environmental conditions, and what we mean by that is that air temperatures monitored in the John Day Basin, the Middle Fork John Day area, have increased over this 16-year period of record. So despite the increase in air temperatures, stream temperature and salmonid freshwater productivity have been maintained, but they've certainly not increased up to a level that Oregon would consider as broad sense recovery. Next slide, please. But we think that some overall big picture context is important here. So we're going to step back a few decades back to the 1970s and 80s when from about 1975 to 1982 or 3, ODFW had a previous spring Chinook monitoring project in the John Day Basin. And some of the overall context from that report is quoted here from their 1986 completion report. So I'm just going to go ahead and read these quotes. First of all, returns per spawner in the Middle Fork have been below replacement since the 1976 brood, suggesting that after a short period of adjustment, the Middle Fork stock is now also declining. And secondarily, if these trends continue, spring Chinook salmon in the North Fork, historically the most productive stream in the basin, will be reduced to a remnant run in less than 30 years. So that was written in 1985 and published in 1986. And here we are more than 30 years later, and these populations are still existing on the landscape. So I think that's this restoration action has been successful in the context of these populations declined a lot in the 1970s and 80s, but we've recovered them and maintained them since then. So they're still in the landscape there and able to be hopefully increased in the future. And again, our overall context conclusion here is that restoration actions have to occur in a reach scale context and also be cognizant of the temporal or historical context driving all these actions. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, I think as we're trying to hammer home here, the actions, restoration actions have to address the reach specific limiting factor. And for many of the reaches in the Middle Fork, temperature is that limiting factor. Second, we also have to recognize that multiple work iterations will be necessary. And that's, as Lauren mentioned, that's not a failure of the initial action. We can't go from A to Z always in one step. We have to iteratively work through a process of rebuilding and reconnecting these floodplains, these streams with their floodplains and recreating historical processes. And finally, the work and learning we've done here in the Middle Fork demonstrate that in some places, larger channel reset actions may be needed to recreate historical processes and gain a synergistic effect to offset increasing air temperatures. Next slide. So at this point in the Middle Fork IMW, it's important to look back in the adaptive management loop and reevaluate whether continuing to answer the original question, which was, can habitat actions increase salmonid productivity, is the sole direction for an IMW. And we've discussed this internally, and we believe that really being active about communicating proactive and structured restoration through intentional engagement to all parties involved and being able to demonstrate the co-benefits of restored floodplains and socioeconomic needs is really a key thing that this IMW in this broader network of IMWs throughout the region can bring to bear, in addition to answering the initial question about effects on salmonid productivity. Next slide. So with that, I would just like to, on behalf of everybody who's worked on this over 15 plus years, thank all these partners and funders. And yeah, thanks Ken and Casey and Lauren for doing a great job on this presentation. And I think we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Great presentation. I'll deal with the hands up on the screen because that's all I can see, Kelly. But I'll start with Mark, but I think I did see Russ's hand go up, so you'll be next, please.
I'm happy to wait for others. I have some comments and a number of questions.
No, go ahead, Mark.
Okay. First, I think this work is great. What I want to say. So I was done with grad school in the mid-90s, and I built the first riparian fence on the forest property before it was purchased by the tribes. And then they took it over and started to do pretty significant stuff. I was also in county court, or I was a county judge at the time, and persuaded the county court to fund John Stelkor's work. Is that the OSU researcher that was there? Okay.
Yep.
To lay fiber optics in the riparian areas that they had done aggressive in-stream work in to monitor temperature, because we felt it was important to learn what that work was doing. And then this is the last point about comments. It was late in my term when the Forest Service began to do their large woody debris work in the upper portions of Camp Creek. And socially speaking, that was an incredibly difficult time for me because nobody agreed with what was happening there. And so, one, I just wanted to say there's a strong connection here. I feel strongly that what has been happening on the ground is appropriate just because of my veg management background, which is restore the historical function, disturbance patterns, and all of that sort of stuff. And I think that's what you're doing. But the first suggestion is, and this is based on Lauren's, the plan, the themes and planning, I don't see any social outreach there. And it is very awkward. I get that. But I do think it's really important for people who don't understand what's happening to at least have an opportunity to begin to understand why it's happening. And I'll just say part of the challenge there is that historically loggers would be fined if they dropped a treetop in the creek. And y'all are running track hose back and forth and putting large wood in there. So just to help people come across there. And then similarly for the veg management that we're doing, my understanding is that NIMS, for example, won't let us operate or log in or across Cat 3 streams or Cat 3, Category 3 areas, and those are dry areas. And so again, the loggers get pretty upset about that. So socially, I would think about things a little bit differently if I were you. And then secondly, I am curious, Casey, this was under the water temp page, the second bullet point, where you said there was maybe a 10% decrease in temps for certain reaches. Was there pre and post monitoring of those sites? And the reason I ask is because my understanding is that a lot of the colder spots on the Middle Fork are spring fed under the ground. And so I'm not confident that it's necessarily due to the riparian work that's been done and the in-stream work. And again, it's not a criticism, it's an intent to really sort of anchor what y'all are saying in a way that supports additional decisions. Because John Stelkor's work suggested that all the increased mileage and the sinuosity that was added and the like really didn't reduce stream temperature. So it would be nice to know if there's pre and post monitoring of those sites. I mean, I don't want to disagree with that, but just knowing that there was pre-data that suggested it was 10 degrees and now it's 8 degrees. That would be really helpful, I think, for you all. And then second, I know that you're focusing on the Middle Fork for good reason. I would like, or I think it would behoove you all over the next few years to better address what impact, if any, the tribs contribute to Middle Fork in terms of persistence, survival rate, juvenile habitat, and the like, because I'm thinking particularly of the north side of the Middle Fork. Most of that burned high severity fire in the Summit Fire. And the last time I talked to Robert Hass-Miller, this was several years ago, those streams in terms of fish population and habitat suitability hadn't recovered to what they were pre-fire. And I don't know if I remember that correctly. So my interest is whether the primary focus on the main stem is too narrowly focused and whether you should be thinking about tribs more. So it'd be nice to have some information there in terms of what you're doing. And then maybe last, the South Fork is the reference stream. My understanding is probably, and this is based on some comments in previous meetings and talking to local ODF and W people, least likely to sustain, say, populations of steelhead going into the future given climate change. So what I'm wondering is, how is the Middle Fork compared to the main stem in terms of fish survival, fish habitat, and the like? And that's based on just a conversation yesterday with an individual that works out of this area, but has been involved in fish habitat related activities for years, who said that at least the spring Chinook populations appear to be increasing on the main stem. So if that's correct, I just wonder what the relevant differences or comparisons are. So there's a bunch there.
Oh, sorry, not to. Thanks for all those great questions, Mark, and and recognition of Kelly's amazing job in managing time today. Would it be okay if I worked with Ken and the other presenters to follow up? I think I've captured all of your questions here in my notes, and we'll follow up with you, and so that Kelly does not lose track of time today.
Yeah, no, that's great. I had a full page for them, so thank you.
Thanks, Mark. I promise we'll follow up.
Okay.
All right, and sticking with Courtney's theme, I think I'll just pass it to Kelly and let her take it from here.
Okay. Are we taking additional questions, Barbara?
I'll let you read the room, Kelly. Thank you.
We've got a couple minutes here. I think I agree with Courtney to defer the more detailed conversation. If I do want to give our partners a chance to share any kind of short reflections, though, if we can, on either on Mark's comments or next steps. I don't think we can answer all those questions, but I do want to give you guys a chance to respond before we go to other questions.
Yeah, I'll thank you. I'll jump in and just say that, yeah, Mark, we brought up a number of good points there. What I tried to allude to in that final bullet is we recognize the need for greater social outreach. And so we'd love to invite you to our first attempt at that and talk with you ahead of time on that and see what the best venue and avenue is for that. But separate from that, yeah, we're happy to chat some more. You raised a couple of good questions and we have detailed answers for those in the, I don't know, Casey can tell you how, it's a couple 100-page report, but in there, answers to some of those questions for sure. And we're happy to chat with you about that. So thank you.
I just think it's great work, and it'd be nice to be a little bit more clear about some of the things with the community. Yeah, so good.
Thank you. Okay, Russ has been patiently waiting.
So this is one of those lessons that we could all learn from, and I want to thank the group. This is a very important project for a variety of reasons. I was involved with the Nature Conservancy's initial acquisitions, stepping way back when OWEB and the federal partners and private partners were strongly discouraged by Grant County from ever making any investments in their county in any conservation project, let alone the acquisition of properties on the Middle Fork. And I couldn't help but think about how far we have come and how much money has been invested and how that community has benefited from the advanced science and restoration, let alone the cultural investments that have been made. I am so proud of our cultural partners, tribal partners, in being able to both meet biological objectives but social objectives as part of this project. I think about what this system can do, has done in the past, and its future potential. And I just am really proud of the investments that are being made. And I hope Grant County is seeing the benefits of these great investments. On a technical perspective, I you talked about water temperature, but you didn't talk about water quality. I remember early on in this project, we had very, very serious issues associated with the mine tailing sites in particular. And when you talk about the macroinvertebrates struggling to recover, I'm just wondering if we're doing chemical assay work along the lines to make sure that we are creating friendly conditions for those macroinvertebrates to be able to thrive. At the same time, despite the climate conditions and temperature conditions being unfavorable, it's really reassuring to see that you have a stable temperature and you didn't factor in the fact that you had the Summit fire. And if you overlay the Summit fire footprint on the entire watershed, it's extraordinary that you were able to preserve temperatures over this period of time. And I just think that is a testament to your work on restoration and the persistence over time to be able to have such a favorable condition. And I hope that you will take Mark's recommendations and look at the North Slope tributaries and see about improvements and reconnection in particular as you continue to move forward. But congratulations. I would love to look back and roll up all the financial investments that have been made so far and see what impact that has had on the job creation in Grant County. Thank you.
If I may, co-chair, thank you, Russ. One of the things that we did at the end of the 10-year summary report was we did have a socioeconomic monitoring component. I could share those results. That was Sue Lurie, Mike Hibbard, worked early on to identify important community indicators that they wanted to measure to look at the, how did restoration benefit the community. And so then they revisited that in 2016. So I'd be happy to share with you those findings. But they did see increases in natural resource-based employment opportunities there, and also just sort of quantified the amount of restoration dollars and how like the proportion of that funding that was used to fund local contractors in Grant County and the surrounding counties that neighbor Grant County, to kind of demonstrate that a majority of that funding was spent there locally.
Sorry, Bruce, I see your hand and I just asked the co-chair. I know that we're running close on time. I do know that we have ex officio members here that have a lot of expertise in this area. So I know Bruce has a comment. Ex officio friends, if you want to pipe in, I think we can create a couple more minutes. And I just want to make sure that this team has worked really hard on this work and they've been waiting a while to be in front of the board. So I think I can stretch and rearrange some other things, but I want to give a chance, especially for our ex officio partners, if you have thoughts or comments. You guys bring a lot of expertise and experience in this realm, so I don't want you to feel I want you to feel a little rushed. I want you to feel pleasantly rushed, but not shut down.
Okay, Bruce.
Yeah, again, I've just been fascinated by this project for the entire length I've been on the board, and I love every presentation you guys do. There was one slide that appeared to reference intensively monitored watersheds in the plural. Are there other easy for you to say, intensively monitored watersheds out there, and is there any reason, or will we ever have an opportunity to do, say, what they're learning, what we're seeing, any kind of comparison? So that was all.
Yeah. Thanks, Bruce. Again, Ken Fetcho. There's a network of IMWs across the Pacific Northwest, not just in Oregon. And so the short answer is yes. And we have been working, help coordinated by the Pacific Northwest Aquatic Monitoring Partnership, or PNAP, which is coordinated by the USGS. that has a lot of products out there that are summarizing that. And so NOAA is very interested in these findings because they're trying to understand, how are these salmon populations responding to the restoration actions. They need it for some of their biological opinions. Bonneville Power Administration needs it as well for their mitigation requirements. OWEB obviously funds voluntary action, so we're very interested in the outcomes of those investments. And so we have been working with that. We're actually part of these recommendations where we need to work harder at disseminating the findings. And so we're actually working with NOAA Fisheries to share some of these findings in a journal that will have a special edition that all the different IMWs are coming together to publish their findings. And it's really focused on lessons learned and recommendations. At a previous conference earlier this year at River Restoration Northwest, there was a session on what the IMWs are learning. The final thing I'll mention is that through open solicitation, we are continuing to fund the Bridge Creek IMW, which is in a different drainage of the John Day Basin, where they're looking at long-term effects to steelhead associated with beaver dam analogs. And so we're providing funding to the partners there. That project will wrap up next year. And so I think there'll be some interesting findings that we could share from that as well. But the short answer is yes. And we are trying to help work together as a broader network to share those findings.
I think Dan had a hand up too.
Dan.
Yeah, awesome, great, awesome monitoring work. You guys are teasing out a lot of good information. And, one of the things, especially with some of the mixed results, I'm interested in thoughts on maybe we had this expectation that these systems could recover quicker with a little bit of intervention. Especially like the hyphoreic flow reconnectivity and the groundwater stuff. I mean, are we hopeful that we'll get better results over time, or are there places where we should be doing this that that would lead to more success? And then, so that's one trend. And then separately, there's a lot of conversations about mitigating wildfire effects, and I'm curious in your thoughts about how the work done in these systems is going to enable them to manage a debris flow better, for example. And as a matter of fact, maybe would benefit from some debris flows as opposed to aggressively mitigating all these wildfire sites to prevent that sort of stuff. Those are just some kind of curiosities if you have any input.
I can speak to the groundwater monitoring component. In the analyses that we did, we actually found, so historically with the dredge mining, there was what's called the artificial north channel. And so part of the restoration work was refilling the channel that was created by the dredge mine and redirecting flow into the main channel. And so what we were finding is that flow, or I guess the groundwater levels at wells near where that artificial north channel was filled in, levels were dropping, but near the main channel, groundwater levels were actually improved. So I guess the lesson learned from that is to look at what restoration was happening on the ground instead of focusing too closely in on the numbers, scaling out and seeing that your restoration may have unintended effects, which is lowering groundwater levels at other areas when you're redirecting water, if that makes sense.
One of the things and thanks, Lauren, one of the things, Dan, is that one of the recommendations, we need to better understand how, groundwater recharge is affecting water temperatures downstream, and that may, have to do with hyporeic conditions. And so the partners have been working with Idaho University to better come up with technology to monitor that. So I think hopefully we'll be zeroing in on that in the future. The other things that I know a lot of the partners are interested in that, how are we mitigating, the effects of wildfire? And I think, as you saw some of those photos that Casey shared, where we are increasing floodplain connectivity. And so in theory, these areas could be able to, better absorb debris flows over that area instead of having it just focus on a single channel. But I think that's the idea, is that as we're doing whole watershed scale restoration with the partners, that they're just increasing climate resiliency and that hopefully can absorb impacts of wildfire over time.
Brian?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank the team for the great work and thank OWEB for making investments in this really important work. I think everybody recognizes adaptive management as being key, but actually making that happen is less frequently than it's stated. And that takes long-term investments because, per Dan's comment, I don't think that many of the questions that are posed are easily answerable in short periods of time. So it takes very comprehensive system-wide investments over long periods of time in order to answer all the questions at these ranges of scales and around, how systems are responding to natural perturbations, but also to human interventions. So I think, we need to keep that in mind and be realistic that those kinds of investments are needed. And I think this is a good time. Besides doing adaptive management, we need to do adaptive monitoring. And I think this is a really good time where there's been significant investments made, really good learnings and outcomes from that. But the team is thinking about where do we go from here? And then there's been good questions posed. So I think it warrants kind of a deeper look into where things go. But overall, I think we need these kinds of investments to be happening in order to do the learning that everybody knows is needed. So really appreciate the team's work on the technical side and then the board's work for, supporting this. So.
Okay, Chris, and then Jamie.
At that point, we probably should.
And then
Thanks, Kelly. Thank you for the presentation, Ken and the folks from ODFW. As an advocate for bull trout for much of my career, I can't resist just bringing up that species here in the John Day of the bull trout corridors across the state, and we have 22 of them. Bull trout in the John Day are quite imperiled. They're not doing well. They're right up there at the top of the list with bull trout in the Hood, bull trout in the Umatilla, Walla Walla, a couple other areas. But I did want to say we conducted Fish and Wildlife Service with a number of partners, including Forest Service and ODFW, put together a decision support model a couple years ago to guide where we should be putting our resources toward bull trout conservation across the state. And maybe another way of saying that is, where would we get the most bang for buck for bull trout recovery across these 22 core areas? And bull trout in the North Fork John Day, we're ranked number 2, Upper Main Stem John Day number 3, and Middle Fork John Day number 5 out of 22 bull trout core areas across the state. We know bull trout are very sensitive to water temperature, even more so than Chinook and steelhead. I just want to highlight the imperiled status of bull trout in that watershed that you're working in so intensively, and to advocate for bull trout being part of this intensively monitored effort as it moves forward in the future, and to be added to the work that's being focused on for Chinook and steelhead in particular. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. Jamie?
Sorry, just super quick, sorry. Just a note, our office is doing some bull trout monitoring work in the North Fork and Middle Fork John Day, and those results are still being analyzed, and we're hoping to have a report on those data in the next year or so.
Great, thank you. Jamie.
Great work, of course. Great presentation. Thanks to everyone who helped to make this happen, including political courage and support. So shout out to Mark on that. It's, of course, a great lessons learned and mapping tool. So the question is, how do we replicate this? Or is there an opportunity across the state, not just OWEB, but also how do we potentially leverage funds from our partner agencies and others? Because this can help to drive really sound investments of state and federal agencies. So that role that we were talking about with the governor's direction, that grappling with those different roles. So at some point, I'd love to have that conversation. But also a real specific question for Lauren, specifically with your work with the Confederated Tribes of Warm Springs. Some of the lessons learned included better communication, clear recommendation of planners, et cetera. Could you please comment on maybe some of the lessons learned with regard to OWEB and other agencies coordinating with sovereign nations?
Yeah, thanks for asking. I think one of the tricky components is there's a lot of data collection that goes on. And at the end of this monitoring, sometimes there are data requests. And so understanding that these data are sensitive and that they should be housed and are housed with the tribes and not distributed without the knowledge of or without the permission of the tribe. I know that's important, and sometimes that our tribe can be a little bit wary about giving out these data with concerns that they'll be removed from the initial intent of the data collection, if that makes sense. So that's one thing that I can speak to with some concerns with working with the tribes.
Thank you so much.
All right, thanks everyone. I really appreciate it. Great presentation, great work, very informative. And I am going to kick it to Barbara now for the next agenda item, and Courtney's going to stay with us for that.
Thank you, Kelly. So we are now moving down to agenda item G, which is an action item, and Courtney and Ken will set us up for this.
Thank you, Barbara. For the record, Courtney Schaff, Monitoring and Reporting Program Manager. This is agenda item G on page 91 of the ebook. And I think our great presentation, and Brian did a great way of segueing us into this conversation, which is an action item and a request of funding from the Quantifying Conservation and Outputs and Outcomes line item of the spending plan. And I will pass it over to Ken for some quick remarks before we ask for board action.
Thanks, Courtney. Hi, everybody. Ken Fetcho, for the record, OWEB's Effectiveness Monitoring Coordinator. So now that you have some background on really the intent of the IMW and some of the findings that emerged in the 2024 summary report, I just wanted to provide a little bit more background on the funding for this IMW. And so the primary funder that sort of drives the initial creation and formation of the IMW was NOAA Fisheries. And they provide, since 2008, they've provided annual discretionary funding to the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission, to the state of Oregon, the state of Idaho, and the state of Washington to invest in IMWs. And so we then, OWEB is the recipient of the Oregon IMW funding, and that's through the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission. NOAA provides to them, they provide it to us. We then fund it out to the Middle Fork John Day River IMW. And the primary recipients of that is Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, the Confederated Tribes of Warm Springs, and Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, and the North Fork John Day Watershed Council, to perform priority monitoring. Also, though, since 2008, the board has provided additional funding in support of critical aspects of this large-scale monitoring study, These funds complement the contributions from the Pacific States Marine Fishery Commission and have been necessary to meet the monitoring needs of this large-scale monitoring effort. Some examples of activities funded with past board investments include water temperature and stream flow monitoring, landscape scale habitat surveys, and spatial and temporal analysis of macroinvertebrate results. At your July 2023 board meeting, you approved the ability for us to receive up to $600,000 from PSMFC to support the IMW monitoring efforts. These funds will support most of the ongoing monitoring activities from July of 23 to June of 2025. Following the board approval in July of 23, I have been working with ODF&W, the Confederate Tribes of Warm Springs, and the North Fork John Day Watershed Council to develop annual scopes of works and budgets to fund this ongoing monitoring effort. And so to complement the PSMFC funding, a modest amount of funding is requested from the board to support the North Fork John Day Watershed Council's work during the 2024 period. And this specific information about the scope of work is found in attachment A of your staff report. To summarize, this funding will support their Watershed Council's multiple role in the IMW, which includes water temperature, macroinvertebrate, and stream flow monitoring. And this work is really central to the goals to evaluate trends in water temperature, macroinvertebrates, and stream flow that may change as a result of watershed restoration, but also are variable naturally from year to year, depending on the water year type. Other responsibilities that the Watershed Council performs in the IMW includes data reporting, data management, and monitoring coordination. And so they really provide a vital role there locally. And so that we are recommending that the board award $31,031 to support this ongoing work in the IMW project area. And so I'll pause to see if you guys have any questions. Thank you.
Are there any questions for this request?
Not seeing any in the room, Barbara.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Kelly. So not seeing any, I would entertain a motion, please.
I'd make the necessary motion, but I don't have the piece to read.
I think Lindsay's got it here.
It's on page 93.
Do you mind? Okay. I move the board award $31,031 from quantifying conservation outputs and outcomes line item in the 2023-2025 spending plan to support the ongoing intensively monitored watershed project and delegate to the executive director the authority to amend the open grant agreement with an award date of October 22nd, 2024.
Second.
Oh. All right, it's been moved by Lindsay, seconded by Mark Webb. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. All right, motion passes unanimously. All right, we are getting ourselves back on track. I like this.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ken. All right, so I think right now we'll just take a 10-minute break. So we'll meet back here.
Hang on there, Barbara.
1 second, Barbara.
We had some shifting around earlier, so we were originally planning to talk strategic plan right now. I see Eric approaching the table here. We do need to go to break in 10 minutes to make sure that we get our OAHP business done before Tide comes in, right? So what I would ask is, Eric, is 10 minutes enough for you to kind of introduce the proposal here? And then I suspect there will be some need for conversation just based on previous conversations. I will and I know you guys keep getting pushed further down the agenda. I swear this will happen. I will cut down our committee brainstorming time tomorrow afternoon. If the board, after 10 minutes, feels like we need some more deliberation time on the strategic plan, I can make space for it tomorrow afternoon. It's really important. It was really important to fit that monitoring discussion in, so thank you for making some space for that. That is important long-term work and really deserves some robust discussion. And so didn't want to cut that short. Eric, can we get started in 10 minutes? And then we are going to have a hard stop to make sure folks get a break. We will revisit in the afternoon.
Yes, absolutely. We can do that.
Okay, co-chairs? Sorry for the live moving.
Well, no, that was me bad. I had it on my notes, but I was following the original agenda. I apologize. So Kelly, I'll let you take it from here.
And I'm going to let Eric take it from here.
All right. Thank you, co-chairs, members of the board. Eric Williams, Restoration Grants Manager at OWEB. With me is Audrey Hatch, Conservation Outcomes Coordinator. We'll give you a brief overview of what's in the board book, particularly for the new board members and for those following along at home. We have had extensive engagement with the board through the process of updating the strategic plan. And as a little bit of background, the current plan that we have was published in 2018. It was a 10-year plan. With intent to revisit it at some point during that 10 years. And then when Governor Kotek took office, among several requested business practice improvements that she asked of all agencies, one of them was to update strategic plans if they're more than 3 years old, which of course ours is. And so the governor asked agencies to do that by June 30th of 2024, which, as you know, is a couple of months ago. So to start the process, we re-enlisted a consultant that helped us last time around, Steve Patty with Dialogues in Action. And we followed what was referenced earlier as a get clear, get focused, get moving approach to look at what we had in the current plan and how we might want to go about updating it. And pretty quickly looked at the foundational elements of the plan that you'll see in the first few pages there about who we are, how we show up, what our work is in service to. We felt that all of that is still applicable, and we really wanted to focus on the priorities and strategies and actions in the plan. And so we included some fairly significant engagement with communities and partners through interviews and surveys. All of you on the board were interviewed. We had staff focus groups and staff work groups helping move things along throughout the process. And we came to you in October of 2023 for the first extended work session after doing some of that engagement. And that was a 3-hour work session with the board, and from that resulted a revised list of priorities, which are the highest level of work envisioned in the plan. And a note about what's envisioned in the plan, it doesn't really get into the operational weeds, and that's intentional. The plan isn't intended to get that detailed. It's intended to provide the direction, the strategic direction for the work that we do. And so those priorities are the highest level of that. And you can see the results of that in here with the 6 priorities included. And then in January of this year, we came back to the board for a lengthy work session to take those priorities and develop strategies that get a little bit more specific about how we're going to achieve the outcomes envisioned in the priorities. Did a bit of wordsmithing with you on that at that meeting. And then in April of 2024, we presented to you more specific actions and outcomes in the draft plan that staff work groups spent a lot of time developing based on the guidance and direction you provided on the priorities and strategies. And so that's what's in the draft plan that we really pretty much polished up in April. And then the governor's office requested, since we were at that point in time between directors, that it might be a good idea to give our new director a little bit of time with the plan so that whoever that might be could become comfortable with it and perhaps influence some of the content. And so you do see some red line changes in this draft that's in the board book, and that is based on Sarah's review of what we had accomplished up through April. And I would characterize those red line changes as getting really crystal clear on what OWEB's role is in all of the things that we do. And that role, of course, is as a funder of watershed protection and restoration actions. And so a reader who is unfamiliar with OWEB before those track changes might have a different idea of what our mission was, even though the mission is stated up above at the top of the plan. But those red line changes, you see them mostly at the high level priority. The high level priorities, there's a couple of tweaks in the strategies too, but all of those are in service to making sure that it's clear to the reader what OWEB's mission and role is in trying to achieve some of the work in the plan. And so those are the only changes made to the plan since the last time you saw this in April. And as mentioned earlier, that's why we didn't finish the plan and have you adopt it before the governor's June 30th deadline. The governor's office was comfortable with this approach, giving Sarah a bit of time to get comfortable with it. And so here we are with this request to ask for final adoption of the plan. I want to talk a little bit in the remaining couple of minutes, actually turn it over to Audrey to talk a little bit about our proposed approach for measuring progress and staying on top of this work over time. So go ahead, Audrey.
Yeah, thank you, Eric. And I'd also like to, for the record, Audrey Hatch, I am the Conservation Outcomes Coordinator with OWEB. Thank you. And I would also like to speak briefly just in response to the couple of comments we heard this morning, assuming we have that minute. Thank you. So in response to that, real quick, taking a look at the document, if you're following the meeting online, this is agenda item E, and the document is a strategic plan update. And regarding kind of some feedback we heard about interest in in-stream flow protection and effectiveness monitoring, I just want to comment that although the parameters for in-stream flow and individual water quality parameters and fish habitat are not listed in detail, strategy 4.1 on page 17 of that online document does describe continued work with subject matter experts from other agencies, including experts on those areas from ODFW, Water Resources, and the Department of Environmental Quality. That work is going on through interagency teams that OWEB staff engage in, and those agencies are continually advising on those monitoring priorities, as well as assisting with managing and storing data on those priorities resulting from state investments. And then core activities under strategy 6.1, if you're looking at the document posted online for this agenda item, it's page 21 of the online document, include promoting training and learning about innovative techniques in flow restoration. And then I also wanted to comment, following up from that April board meeting that Eric referenced on the strategic plan, the phrase watershed protection was added in numerous places throughout the document. Most prominently in the title of priority 1 out of those 6 priorities, and that shows up on page 9 of the online document. It's also strategy 1.1 on page 11. Watershed protection is also added to the narrative description text for priorities 2 and 3, and in the strategies for priority 6 on bold and innovative action toward climate resilience. And briefly, once moving forward, once the strategic plan is adopted, staff have a plan in place to track progress on the core activities that you see detailed in that document online, and to report progress on the desired outcomes that you see detailed in that document every quarter to the board, using a format similar to what the board has been seeing since about 2022, a format highlighting accomplishments for each of those 6 priorities and showing what was addressed in that past quarter. In addition to providing this regular reporting to the board, the strategic plan report meets the governor's office requirements for receiving their regular report. And the plan is to use the core activities and desired outcomes outcomes that are detailed throughout the document to guide our work and to guide the accomplishments that are shared with you. And the intention is for both staff and board to be able to use those quarterly reports to kind of continually orient to the work and to communicate on progress. Thank you.
1 minute to spare.
That was impressive, Audrey. Okay, so I just want to take a little poll here to see how many of our board members have questions or comments or proposed edits on the strategic plan, so I can get an idea of how much time we're going to need for this. So just tomorrow, raise your hands if you want to talk more about this. So we've got 1, 2, 3, and 4 online. Okay, so I think what we are going to do, because it is now time for our break and because our tour is tidally influenced, we need to be on time with that one. I am not losing anyone for my first board tour as co-chair, guys. I'm not doing that. Do not make me pull you out of the water. I can't do that. So we're gonna go ahead and take a break now, and then we are going to ask Eric and Audrey, I guess, probably to come back, and we'll find some space tomorrow afternoon on our agenda so we can properly address this. But thank you for teeing that up for us so we can think about it for the rest of the day. Back.
Sorry, Kelly, that reminds me that we don't want to create a hazard with public meetings law. So a reminder, we've listened to something interesting, and now we're going out after the remainder of the agenda to do a field tour and have a dinner. And we have been reminded recently that public meetings requirements mean that we will not discuss any of this business offline, either as a group or in individual conversations that could consist of serial communications, okay? So really appreciate you guys starting the conversation. We will stop it until we're able to reconvene this conversation in the public meeting. Just a friendly reminder.
Thank you, Sarah. And I said think about it. Just think.
Don't talk about it.
Okay, we'll meet back here at 2:05. Thank you.
This is crazy.
Yeah.
Get your, yeah.
2:05.
Yeah.
Yes, 2:05. Okay, everyone. They've turned my mic back on. That means it's officially time to start again. Those folks in the back. Come on. Thanks, Mark. Barbara, we need the gavel. Bring it with you. Okay, and I'm kicking this one to Barbara. I just want you to know everybody's getting seated at the table in front here, so go for it.
Thank you. Is Robin, Renee, and Taylor coming forward? Yep, there you are.
They're all there.
There you are.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, co-chairs, members of the board. For the record, Renee Davis, Acquisitions and Special Programs Manager. I'm joined by Taylor Larson, Robin Meacher, our amazing Oregon Ag Heritage Program staff. So we'll be walking you through agenda item I, which is on page 100 of your ebook. I'll start with just a little bit of grounding. We have a multi-part agenda here, so I'll also talk about run of show in hopes of being as efficient as possible, given the hard stop. So we'll be talking with you about Oregon Ag Heritage Program, or OAHP. So for those folks who are less familiar with OAHP, this dual benefit program has the intent of protecting, maintaining, and enhancing farming and ranching on working lands, while at the same time protecting fish and wildlife habitat, water quality, and other natural resources values. So the program was created in 2017. It was signed into law. It does have, harking back to our July board meeting when we talked about the various transaction programs. So OAHP does have standalone statutes different from the Measure 76, kind of traditional land acquisition statute. It also has a separate treasury account and different funding source. So just wanted to make that piece clear. Currently, the program has 4 different grant offerings under the OAHP umbrella. We have only run 2 of those. Still getting oriented myself to date, just because of limited funding sources. We've had funding come in for the program 2 times during short legislative sessions, and fairly, we're appreciative of the funding, but not significant funding amounts, so have not been able to actually deploy all 4 funding programs yet. So the bill that was signed into law in 2017 did also create the Oregon Ag Heritage Commission. This is a commission that's nested under the OWEB board, and it really does provide more direct oversight of the OHP program. So it has 12 members, really diverse composition, again, getting at the diverse perspectives and interests associated with the dual benefit program, focusing both on agriculture and natural resources. The role of the commission really is multi-part. It provides funding recommendations to you all. You ultimately award the OHP grants, but the recommendation comes from the commission to the board. It also serves as the Rules Advisory Commission for the Oregon Ag Heritage Program. You'll hear a little bit about that shortly. And also just provides some advice to OWEB staff and to the board on program structure, refinements, things like that, to keep the program running smoothly and continuously improving. So in terms of the agenda item today, 3 different pieces. So we are going to be asking you to make 2 appointments for 2 different commission seats. So Taylor will walk you through that. I'll be requesting a quick update to the spending plan light item for OHP within the OWEB board spending plan. And then Taylor and Robin will be walking us through a really quick update about some of the topics we've been talking with the Oregon Ag Heritage Commission and their role as RAC for the program in terms of some rule revisions. So that's because in January, we will be coming to all of you with proposed revised rules for the program. In fact, 5 rule divisions within OAHP. So in the spirit of just hitting on some of the high points in advance of that January conversation, and also in the spirit of no surprises, wanting to get some of that information in front of you. So in terms of run of show, I'll be watching the clock closely. We would like to get through the entire presentation for all 3 parts. You may see me nudge Taylor or nudge Robin and say, next piece, please. We hope to protect about 20 minutes at the end of the presentation for certainly any questions that you all have, but the space you need for deliberation about the 2 commission seats that you'll be appointing. Hopefully you won't have too many questions about adding to the spending plan, and also happy to answer questions that you might have about the RAC process. So I think with that, I'll kick it over to Taylor to talk about the commission appointments.
Great, thanks, Renee. And that was supposed to be 3 minutes, according to your run the show.
I know, I'm not sure how I did.
Yeah, so Taylor Larson here. I am the Oregon Ag Heritage Program Coordinator, and I'm going to be talking through what is a very important role that the board plays here in appointing commissioners to the Oregon Ag Heritage Commission. So like Renee mentioned, there's 12 members of the commission. Many of those seats are recommended by external bodies, and you'll be seeing some of those in January. We have 3 seats up in January, a farmer and rancher seat, an ag water quality interest seat, both recommended by Board of Ag, and then a fish and wildlife interest seat recommended by the Fish and Wildlife Commission. But there's 3 seats that are directly appointed by the OWEB board, and 2 of those we're asking you to appoint today. So that is a seat representing natural resource interests and an ex officio member of the commission that is also a member of this board. So the first seat is the natural resource value seat, and this is the seat that Russ was formerly serving in. And we're looking for someone to fill out the remainder of his first term, and that first term would end January of 2027. And so after Russ was promoted to the board, we solicited for applications and received 4 very strong qualified applicants. And several of them may actually end up being very strong candidates for those other board seats I mentioned that are coming up in January. So the natural resource seat, as I mentioned, is kind of the utility player, a wild card seat on the commission. They need to have a really good understanding of, working lands and the integration of agricultural and natural resource values, and a demonstrated experience working across a wide range of working landscapes, especially like geographically. This is a statewide program, and we really value having that kind of statewide perspective as much as possible represented on the commission. As well as experience being effective serving on public bodies and working across a wide range of conservation and natural resource partnerships, including federal partnerships. There's a lot of statute that sort of set up the Oregon Ag Heritage Program, and there is a particular passage in statute that says we must ensure compatibility with federal working land conservation easement programs and other programs for the conservation of working land. So it's really valuable in this particular seat to have some expertise in how the federal conservation programs fit together with the state program we're running. So given all of that, like I mentioned, we had 4 really strong candidates, but we felt like Sarah Evans-Peters best met those really important attributes that we're looking for in a commissioner to fill this seat, and staff are recommending that the board appoint Sarah, effective immediately, to fill out the remainder of what was Russ's term ending January 1st, 2027. So that's 1. Also, we're looking to fill the seat that Barbara Boyer is stepping down from as the ex officio non-voting commission member. So this seat doesn't have a term limit, so it is open-ended, but the term limit is sort of set by, I guess, this body, and then also how long you are a member of the board, because you can't serve in this role once you're no longer on the board. And the role is really to represent the board at commission meetings and represent the commission at board meetings and really facilitate that kind of shared strategic direction. So there's not a lot in statute around what else other qualifications are needed, but just kind of generally the person needs to be available and willing to serve on the Oregon Ag Heritage Commission. And it's really helpful if they have an interest and history of engagement with the Oregon Ag Heritage Program, and, an understanding of the dual benefit nature of the program that Renee was describing at the top, and can bring some institutional knowledge to the commission just about how OWEB functions as an agency and the relation of the commission to the board. So
Given all of that, staff are recommending that the board appoint Mark Labhart to.
What?
I was told there was a conversation that happened before, but we'll. And it's a reminder, this is the board's choice. So after this, you'll have a chance to deliberate and actually make your appointments. So, but that would be effective immediately as well. So those are the two commission items, and we'll have a chance to debate those in a minute. But I'll kick it back to you, Renee, for the spending plan.
Yep, that sounds great. And just for a bit of orientation, so the current slate of OHC commissioners is attachment A of the staff report, and all of the application materials for the 4 applicants for the natural resources position are in attachment B. So hopefully you had a chance to peruse those, or maybe you're doing that now. So second piece of this particular agenda item is that during the 2024 legislative session, OHP did receive funding in the tune of about $4.5 million in grant funding for use among the various grant programs as determined by the Ag Heritage Commission. We did have one project cancellation that we talked with you about. So currently the available funding is about $4.8 million. All of that is sitting within the conservation easement line item for that particular grant program within OHP. At the November commission meeting, we will be walking through with the commission the evaluations and recommendations associated with 10 conservation easement grant applications that we received. So in between the time that we last talked with you and now, and teeing up the November commission meeting, we did have an additional project cancellation. So we are here to ask that the board approve recapture of nearly $278,000 from that canceled project. It's outlined in row 63 of the spending plan. Go ahead and recapture that into the OWEB spending plan so that the commission then in November can determine how they would like to utilize that additional nearly $278,000, given that they do have 10 conservation easement applications in front of them requesting, I think, nearly $9 million. So certainly more asked than available funding. So I think that covers it in terms of the spending plan request for the board. And then I think we can go ahead and give an update about the Rules Advisory Committee process that is still underway for OHP.
Yeah, this is just a little teaser item. We'll be coming back in January with asking you to adopt the rules. But basically, so the board authorized rulemaking for the Oregon Ag Heritage Program back in April. And since that time, we have had 6 RAC meetings. We will have 7 because we're also having another one on November 7th. And you know, the commission is serving in the role as a RAC. So they've kind of been these joint RAC commission meetings. So following our final RAC meeting on November 7th, we will, the rules will go out for public comment. You know, edits will be made based on those public comments, and then that proposed rule set will come to the board for adoption in January. So, you know, there's 5 divisions of rules that are being updated. It's nearly 30 pages. So it is fairly dense. And there's quite a few changes, but none of them, I think, are too substantial. So just kind of a high level, the types of changes to be looking for when you get the proposed rule set. First, you know, we incorporated the board's adopted climate evaluation criteria and the associated definitions. And then, you know, with the Ag Heritage Program, there's a lot in statute, including the commission's role in rulemaking. And so throughout the rulemaking process, we've really worked to address any inconsistencies in statute and rule, and then, you know, overall agency policy about how we're actually rolling out the program. So just really trying to make sure all the pieces are talking to each other. And then kind of along that line, looking to simplify and clarify the rules where possible. So specifically around roles, there's quite a bit of ambiguity in some spots around where OWEB staff were supposed to be doing something versus OWEB, the board versus the commission. And so just kind of going through with a fine-tooth comb and really clarifying who does what based on what actually works to roll this program out in the most effective way. So roles is a big part. The evaluation criteria, we spent a lot of time going through that as well with the aim of simplifying, which I think we did somewhat well, but more so clarifying what we mean. So for instance, when we're talking about, what is the significant working land, as opposed to just saying, how significant is the working land? Like actually putting in some sub-criteria there and trying to really be clear about what we mean. And then finally, we tried to align the rules around how we do our technical review process with sort of best practices here at OWEB that still also have this additional body involved, the commission, that has a pretty big role to play in the technical review process. But those are kind of the big buckets, and encourage the board to spend some time with those once they go out for public comment, and look forward to coming back in January and looking for adoption of those. So I think with that, we can turn it over to the board for questions and deliberation.
All right, so we have 3 votes before us. So the first one, I guess I would like to start with, is the OAHC member appointment. Does anybody have comments or questions on these 4 that are before us and the recommendation of staff?
Jamie has her hand up here, Barbara.
Thank you. Jamie, please.
Thank you, Co-Chair. With great respect to staff's deliberation and recommendation, and with respect to Sarah Evans-Peter, I'd like to see the OWEB board appoint Jan Lee to the natural resource position. Jan's a former OWEB board member, has extensive experience and understanding of natural resources, has experience in a wide range of landscapes, both literally and figuratively, experience on public bodies, including the state legislature, and again, has been in the role of allocating public funds as in the legislature and as OWEB, knows OWEB structure and our partners statewide. She's also recommended by the former OWEB director and current forestry member, Meadowloftsgarden, who has tremendous respect statewide, and by Deschutes River Conservancy ED and the Oregon Ag Trust rep. So all folks who represent diverse interests and perspectives statewide. It's an incredible pool of candidates. I think we're really blessed with that, but I would, when time comes to make a decision, I'd like my colleagues to consider appointing Jan Lee to that position.
Any other comments or questions for discussion? All right,
not seeing
Not other members, can I make a comment or a request back of staff, actually?
Okay.
Barbara sounds very nervous about me taking the microphone at this point. Guys, I just want to share, staff really wrestled with this. And so I want that as context going into this conversation. We didn't feel that it was possible to just drop 4 names and resumes in front of an 18-person board and reach a conclusion. And I recognize that in some senses that might be more of an expected path. I will say, as a professional facilitator, that I would set aside probably a half day on the agenda for that conversation if we were going to try to have it from scratch. And so I just want to say, reinforce, I guess, what Taylor said, which is these are all 4 great candidates. There are 2 in there now that I know are running for other office, including Jan Lee. And I just want to give a chance if Taylor or Renee or anyone else wants to respond to Jamie's comment with any additional detail on sort of different criteria. I don't want to put you in an awkward position to talk about specific candidates if you're not comfortable. But if you wanted to share any more rationale around that, I think it would be helpful.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. So thank you for that, Sarah. I would just, for a 3rd time, underscore now what Taylor said, which is we were blessed to have an incredible slate of applicants for this position. So I think from a staff perspective, Taylor mentioned geography. I think just looking, there were a couple candidates who had kind of direct experience with coastal projects. If you look at the spread of the current slate, we are missing that. We have been missing that a bit. Russ definitely had some experience on that front from a statewide perspective, so certainly that comes to mind. As Taylor said, the engagement with federal programs, nearly all of these folks have had some level of engagement with federal programs. So I think we're deciding, at a very nuanced level, what does experience look like? So I think just looking across both the geography, the experience with match programs, and then kind of the configuration of expertise. I don't think you can go wrong with any of these folks. I know both Robin and Sarah had also applied for positions previously. There had been some very positive discussion when Russ was ultimately appointed about Sarah's strengths at that point too. So I think, that certainly was something that, having heard that past board discussion, was in our minds from a staff perspective. And Jan and Kelly are also incredibly strong candidates.
Barbara?
Yes.
I see we've got at least 2 hands here. Would you
Okay.
like me? Okay. Liz, go ahead.
So I don't know if it's appropriate to just ask Jamie, since you brought up Jan, I don't know any of these candidates, but they seem to both have, various backgrounds, diverse backgrounds in what they do. And it sounds like they're pretty much even, perhaps. But is there something beyond what I heard, geographic desire, knowledge and desire? Is there something else there that could be shared to kind of give us a sense of some, possible even advantage or of what we're looking for?
Yeah, sure. Jamie.
Thank you, and thank you for that question. To the point raised, tremendous expertise, and again, an abundance of riches being considered. Some of the things that responsibilities Jan has had directly, and then also in terms of her leadership on statewide organizations, she's not just worked with organizations along the coast and provide leadership and support for organizations who are focused on the issues that were raised, and I think that's a key point. But that includes her work her work with organizations in Central Oregon and Eastern Oregon and Southern Oregon. And so looking at her body of work, it's truly statewide. And I think that perspective is really important. So I don't think that the important work, including projects we're going to see this afternoon, gets lost with her. I think she's that and also just looking again at the references. And I know her work. I'm familiar with. She again has served on this board. She's served and she's come before this board in terms of her leadership on statewide organizations working with different agencies. I think that comprehensive perspective really makes it an and rather than an or. And knowing her commitment, and Russ could probably even speak to this better than I in terms of back to her work in the legislature when she was advocating for these issues and a deep understanding of these issues going back, a few decades. I don't want to, you throw out decades and sometimes people are insulted, but truly that deep knowledge. And I think she would bring that to this body. And it would be really exciting to see, as point Sarah, perhaps at a later date, but I think we have a unique opportunity right now. And so that's why I make that strong recommendation, my colleagues.
Thanks, Jamie. That's really helpful.
Renee, did you want to?
I don't know that staff have a lot of additional insight to add. I think this is probably where it's the board's difficult decision to sort through, because again, all of these are strong candidates. There were a few things that in terms of gap filling, and if by mentioning coastal specifically, I did not want to suggest that Sarah only has coastal expertise. She has expertise beyond that, but I think just we were trying to fit the puzzle pieces together. I don't know that there's a perfect answer, so we're here to support as you all are sorting through a tough decision, likely.
Thanks, Renee. Lindsay?
Yeah, thank you. And thanks, Renee, for highlighting that point. I think we all probably have personal connections with some of us do with all 4 candidates, and Sarah's breadth goes across the whole Pacific Northwest. So I was hoping to make a motion just to kind of focus our conversation and follow up, but I
have something I'd like to add, Lindsay, to that. I know all 4 of these people, and I think I look ahead So just to say out loud, I support staff's recommendation because I look ahead to what openings are coming up. And I'm a big supporter of Jan Lee, known her a long time, and there is a position coming up in January, which is ag water quality. And I think that position is going to be harder to fill than any of these other ones as far as candidates. So I just kind of wanted to throw that out there as people are thinking.
Thanks, Barbara. Bruce has a question.
I see that the proposed motion includes both the natural resources seat and the ex officio seat together. So I have a question regarding the ex officio seat.
I'll allow it. You guys gave me the mic.
As appealing as it is to appoint Commissioner Labhart to another job, I would like to ask the question if Russ has had any desire to continue on doing the work that he had been doing on the Ag Heritage Board. Because if he did and wanted to continue on with another hat, I would certainly support that.
Thank you for the offer, but no.
So we get to sentence Labhart?
Barbara, okay.
Yep. Mark's been a very vocal supportive of OAHP since the beginning, and I feel like he's a really good fit for this position.
Barbara.
All right. Yes.
I'm sorry. I think we have a couple more questions here. I saw Dan and then Jamie.
Thank you.
Sure.
Dan, please.
It was really just a comment. I don't mean to interrupt the meeting, but I think if Mark goes, it should be Mark Mikey.
Okay, Jamie.
Thank you, Barbara. You mentioned Jan, another position opening up. Has Jan specifically expressed interest in that? Because it's not for us to appoint people if folks are interested in one position.
I think it's worthy of asking her. Knowing her like I do, I wouldn't be surprised if she kept her name in the realm. But I'm not assuming. I'm just
Taylor has
my
an
opinion
answer to that question.
Jan did reach out after she saw the staff recommendation and asked about serving in the ag water quality seat. So I think she's interested, but she hasn't submitted an application, so it's hard to say for sure. One thing is in front of you right now, and another is a bit speculative.
And to clarify, the 3 seats that will be coming to you for consideration in January, we work collaboratively with 2 other agencies. There's a farmer rancher and the ag water quality that we worked with Department of Ag to vet. And then there is the Fish and Wildlife appointment through, of course, ODFW. And so to be clear, that is not a staff recommendation solely. We are coordinating with another agency. So just wanted that transparency.
Thank you. Mark.
Well, just a comment. I would have big shoes to fill in following Barbara. So I know that. And when Sarah approached me and asked me if I'd be interested, I did question it because of the workload that I already have with a couple other boards and commissions. But I'm, as she said, I think I was one of the original people with the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Program that was such a strong supporter for it, and lobbying at the legislature. It took us a couple times to get it through, but I just saw the benefits of that program. And so when Sarah asked me, I said, yep, I'd be willing to do that because I am such a strong supporter for it. And if the vote comes up, I will abstain because I don't believe I should be voting for myself.
You could delegate to me.
Thanks, Mark. I'm not seeing any other questions in the room, Barbara.
Thank you. Good way of reading the room, Kelly. I appreciate it a lot. So I would like to entertain a motion for the OAHC Natural resource position and ex officio non-voting member, please.
I'd move the board appoint Sarah Evans Peters to the Natural Resources Interest Seat on the OAHC and Mark Labhart to represent the OWEB board as an ex officio non-voting member on the OAHC.
Is there a second?
I'll second that. Lindsay.
Thank you. All right, it's been moved by Mark Webb, seconded by Lindsay. Is there further discussion?
Yes, Jamie.
Yes, thank you. With tremendous respect to Sarah Evans Peters, I'll actually be voting no on this just because I think that with the information ahead of us and in front of us and knowing the individual, I advocate, as I mentioned, for Jan Lee to be appointed to the natural resource position. And I really appreciate the comments of potentially other positions, but we have a decision in front of us, and it's not guaranteed that either she would apply for this other position, that Jan would, or necessarily be recommended. And so I want to be very clear that with a no, it is with no disrespect intended, but it is for I'm advocating for someone else being in that position.
Any further discussion?
I'm not seeing anyone else's hand in the room, Barbara.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
Who are the other nays?
Bruce and Jamie.
And Mark Labhart abstains.
Thank you. All right, motion passes. Thank you very much. Now we are moving on to agenda item I2, the spending plan recapture. Is there any discussion or questions or comments for staff?
I'm not, oh, yes, Russ.
So I'm concerned about a pattern of failure of projects and the fact that we're in a situation where a project had moved through the process and in fact you actually have additional revenues to reallocate. And want to make sure that you have that under control, that you think that this is in fact not going to continue to happen, that we're not going to be sitting here at the next meeting and as projects get closer to the end point that we're going to see them drop out. So if you could tell us a little bit more about where we are in this process.
Yes, sir. So thanks for the question or the comment, Russ. So I would say that part of this is creating a new program, having a program that you build and have rules developed hypothetically and have processes developed, and then you actually start implementing it and you have some learnings from it. So in both cases, these were easement projects funded during the first cycle, and per the description from the grantee that was working with the landowners for both of these projects, I think that there were some similar reasons, but then some different reasons. So the first project, I think it was just sorting through what does a working lands easement mean for that particular operator? What's their comfort level? What's the uncertainty and maybe what they considered, somewhat onerous requirements of, for example, a management plan. But overall uncertainty about how will this work with my operation? I don't quite feel comfortable doing this as they were working through due diligence. With the second project, I would say some level of how will this work and the added reality of it happened that where their property is, there was a mitigation opportunity that came up related to some mining development, and they were able to protect all 14,000 acres in a single transaction. That is simply not possible with the scale of funding that OAHP has had to date. So I don't want to minimize that by saying it was simply because a better deal came along. We just last week and yesterday with the Ag Heritage Commission had some really open conversations about what does continuous improvement of this program look like? Were there some things that as we were standing up a working lands program, we weren't considering how that would play out in reality for landowners, and what are some things that we might have to do differently than we have in other transaction programs. So working through the management plan question as an example with the commission. So absolutely trying to learn from that, and also with the scale of investment and the lack of permanent funding, there are some things that we just can't offer to landowners in the same way around certainty. But that was my hopefully informed answer, but these two are the experts. So anything you want to add, Robin?
Yeah, Robin Meacher, I just add that the applicant talks, or the grantee for the currently discussed canceled grant has referenced that to us as a conservation win overall, in their opinion. They're still holding the easement. It's with the same landowner. And again, instead of, I think we were at around 6,000 acres was our less than half. And now there's 14,000 acres of working land and sage-grouse habitat protected that they were able to do within a scale of months. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Russ. Just an update for everyone. Barbara lost her internet, so I'm going to take over for her on this item now. What does that mean? I just want to say really quickly that I do appreciate how adaptable we can be within OWEB and OAHP, knowing that there are going to be, that you have 10 applicants that you're going to be reviewing in November. And now that we have this additional funding going back into that, there's a need for it. And we can reallocate that funding to another project to get us even further, which I think is fantastic. So are there any additional questions on this one? And if not, I would entertain a motion. Liz?
I moved, the board approve the addition of $277,776,000 to the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Program line item of the board's 2023 to 2025 spending plan.
Okay, Jamie seconded. Any additional discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Kelly.
I think that lands us 8 minutes early to go change clothes. Do we want to ask Nicole
Yes.
about details for?
Yeah, Nicole, can you give us?
So everybody brought hip waders and a lifeboat, right? No.
Rescue
and-
whistle?
PFD?
Yeah, we're gonna be meeting out front here. Please be there at least by 3:15 so that we can get out on time. That should give you plenty of time to grab your waders and your rescue whistle.
Nicole, in all seriousness, there's a short walk along a road, is that right?
We
But
will be
not,
dropping folks off.
Okay.
So that there will be minimal walking, just stand to listen, stand and
No
listen.
waiting.
Like Neil said. Yeah.
said we had to point.
Impressive pointing and ooh and ah, yes, make sure you do that.
Okay. And there won't be a gaggle of rattlesnakes or a pile of them or whatever there was at the last, no? Okay, yeah.
Just a gaggle of geese.
I requested that.
Yeah, okay, just
you
checking.
want to adjourn us for the day, Kelly? Lose control here completely.
Yes, okay. So see everybody at 3:15 at the front entrance hotel lobby, and I'm going to adjourn us for today. Thank you all. Great. Until, I'm sorry, 8:30 tomorrow morning for everybody.
Good job.
We'll be back here. Thank you. My gavel.